Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Do I know you? I'm sorry?
Yeah, it's the issue with tariffs. Tariffs should be,
Okay.
it needs to be more long-standing.
Guess we're just gonna have to take it as they come.
Be redone with the next president.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It needs to be law.
Well, you always have the option to do like you did
But
with,
no, I don't.
I know why he's doing it. It's because he can't get Congress to do anything.
the one with your drainage problem out there.
That's not-
So I can-
Especially with slim margin.
yeah, you can go meet with them. Or is Tim and Mike here?
I knew that, I was just testing. Yeah.
Okay.
It certainly is what hurts markets, waffling back and forth.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
especially when.
You have to
some of-
rethink your whole supply chain, and then
You're right.
the
Some of
decision
it-
changes next
Especially
week.
when it's some of the subordinate, it's not gonna go away, and then it gets halted for another 90 days, 30 days. And I agree with you.
Thank you so much.
If you're gonna
Everybody's
do
been
it,
so
just do
great.
it.
Right,
And,
and stick with it.
yes. Let the markets adjust to it.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Well, it's his way of negotiating.
Yeah.
See, I'm a bad guy now. I'm a nicer guy.
Yeah.
I'm not as bad a guy.
Good cop, bad cop. Bad cop, good cop.
All that being said, I wish Jerome Powell would make some recognition. We have $9 trillion in bills and short notes that need to be refinanced in the next 6 months. It's a big cut to print.
All at higher rates.
Right.
They got new chairs in here?
That's why it's upset.
Well, he really does have a dual mandate. You have to keep inflation low, but at the same time, keep rates low, and
I don't think he ever raised the rates high enough to kill the inflation.
that I agree.
Gianna, you ready?
100% agree.
You ready?
And didn't do it soon enough. But COVID transitory inflation, how can you print 40% of the money in circulation in 2 years and then expect the inflation to be transitory?
You ever watch this Professor Henke?
I have
He's on YouTube. He's on all kinds of podcasts. He talks about
One of those
quantity
guys.
theory of
I'll be
money.
one of those guys.
Yep.
Get out.
I'm ready for this tomorrow.
The price went up.
Assuming
It's really
staff
the
is-
dilution of your money is what it is.
Right.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. If we could stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Madam Clerk, could you have the roll call, please?
Mr. Jamie Girardi?
Here.
Mr. Christopher Poole? Mr. John Moody?
Here.
Mr. Matthew Munns? Mr. Derek Conklin?
Here.
Mr. Richard Tonello?
Here.
Chairman Charles Gray?
Here. And the proof of publications, please?
The items are advertised in the Tampa Bay Times on January 28th, 2025, March 5th, 2025, March 19th, 2025, and April 2nd, 2025, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site posting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to welcome everybody today. There's some seats up front here if somebody wants to sit. So I'd like to welcome you today, and the Planning Commission is appointed by the Board of County Commissioners, and we meet twice a month. We serve as a local planning agency, and we hold public hearings and transmit to the Board of County Commissioners recommendations on comprehensive plan amendments, land development code amendments, and conditional use requests. Planning Commission is the final decision-making body for special exceptions, certain appeals, variance requests, and certain alternative standard requests. However, final decisions may be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. anyone is in opposition to any land development code amendment or rezoning conditional use or any item where the planning commission makes a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, it will be important for you to attend the appropriate Board of County Commission meeting to follow up on that. And we have those dates available if you need them. For those of you who are not familiar with the meetings, we have birds in the belfry. Okay. How we got that out of the way?
Let's get ready to run for the door.
That's right. For those of you who aren't familiar with the meetings, besides weird sounds, we also have continuances, consent agenda, and regular items. We're going to go a little bit out of order today, but just to tell you what they are, continuances are things that applications that we have been brought to our attention, and either the staff or the applicant has requested a continuance for any number of reasons, and unless there are extenuating circumstances, it's been our custom to grant continuances as a request. And then we have consent items. Those are items that where we have not received any objections or concerns from staff or the public. Those items will go through one at a time as I read them off. If you hear me say one that you'd like to have heard today, or you'd like to speak about or have questions about, raise your hand and we'll pull it from the consent items and we'll put it on one of the regular items. And the regular items are the items that we fully discuss and vet today and vote on. So applicants will have 5 minutes to make their presentations, and concerned citizens will have 3 minutes to state their concerns, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to come back up and respond to any of those concerns. I don't think do we have any requests for additional time today?
No, Mr. Chair, we do not.
Okay. You know, if you wanted to have additional time, it would be necessary to request in writing at least 24 hours prior to this meeting for additional time. We have not had those any requests. So this is a good time, by the way, to silence your phones. If you have a phone and it's not silenced, better check my own. And please put it on the silent position so we won't interrupt anyone. And before we start the regular meeting, is there anybody here to speak on something that's not on today's agenda? Okay, I don't see anyone. And then before we move to the agenda items, for those of you who have signed up to speak or wish to speak, please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn. Anybody who plans to speak?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Okay, I believe that we're starting with number 11. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, item APC 11 is going first on the agenda today.
Okay. So we're starting with a consent item. So I don't know if you have your printouts, but if you look under APC 11, that's the one we're going to be discussing. That's on consent. Is the applicant present? Anyone here to object? We have one objection?
We have two individuals signed up, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and you're the applicant?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, because I think we only have two folks here, if I could jump in and we could handle our item, I think we'll be able to do it very quickly.
Okay, very good.
Clark Hobby and Hobby PA, 109 North Brush Street, Tampa, Florida. I've been sworn, and I appreciate you helping me out today, knowing that I've got to.
Be clear, are we okay with waiving staff's presentation of the item? Staff has not presented.
You're right, David, I'm jumping the gun.
I mean,
Okay.
unless staff doesn't want to present, I don't.
Clark. Okay, Mr. Hobby's in a bit of a hurry today. Yeah.
Mr. Hobby works for us now.
Yeah. He's got
Good afternoon,
grandchildren waiting, I think.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission members. I'm Kurt Syverson with Planning Development and Economic Growth. Before you today is item PDE 257825, rezoning request in the name of Mitchell SJP MPUD. Just organize my notes here.
Everybody here okay?
A little louder. Okay. The county map illustrates the site by the red arrow. This is southwest Pasco County, Commissioner Starkey's district, in the South Market area. Patty, if you can help me out. Okay, the next slide. Project overview. The proposed rezoning request is a prospective MPUD development. Currently, the site is zoned I-2 General Industrial Park. The applicant requested rezoning to an MPUD Master Plan Unit development. The prospective MPUD development would entitle the site by the following: 515,000 square feet business park and 107,660 square feet commercial retail node on approximately 92.61 acres. The master plan in the coming slides will illustrate the locations of both the commercial and business park sites. By condition of approval, number 34, just real quickly, the commercial retail uses can be C2 general commercial with provisions. Condition of approval 34, business park uses. There are 4 subcategories of uses here. First being industrial, all permitted, I1 and accessory C, all permitted and accessory C3. Medical uses, including hospitals, medical offices, laboratories. 3, office. These are all permitted and accessory PO2 uses. And the 4th is commercial retail, same C2 with provisions. Here's our location map as illustrated by the aerial. Mitchell SJP directly abuts south of State Road 54. The site is approximately 0.2 miles east of the State Road 54 and Starkey Boulevard intersection. Directly west of the site is the illustrated portion of the Starkey Trail. Here's our zoning map. The site is currently I-2. South of Mitchell SJP lies Trinity Communities MPUD, a residential community. West of the site is an undeveloped AC land and the Mitchell Ranch Mitchell Ranch East Mixed Use MPUD, which is undeveloped. Across State Road 54, a majority of the zoning classifications are C1, C2, RMH, Mobile Home Community of Country Place Mobile Home Park. Our future land use. Here's PD plan development. This is within the Western Hub sub-area. Compatibility with such goes by the following. I, compatibility with the surrounding existing and planned areas. State Road 54 is comprised of other mixed-use, commercial, industrial, and residential land uses. Second, economic development objective, consistent with our economic development objectives by providing employment generation in the business park, which there provides a consumer base for the commercial component along 54. 3, adequacy of existing and programmed public services and facilities. State Road 54 will operate at an adequate level of service with the generation of the site. Utilities and capacity exist for this site. Public transportation will be further accessible by the development of the bus stop built on the 54 frontage. Here's our context map. The Starkey Boulevard expansion to the west has been stubbed to by the applicant and illustrated on their MPUD master plan, which I will show next. The applicant here has generously committed $15,000 to a county connection of their site to the Starkey Trail. This is by condition of approval 24, finding of fact 3, and illustrated on the master plan, of course. To the south, we can see Trinity Communities MPUD residential neighborhood, to which the applicant has requested a variance and not burdened by a vehicular connection. To the east, we can see a substantial wetland system between the site and Trinity Elementary and the Trinity Commercial Center, where the applicant has also requested a variance as to not negatively impact the wetland system by a vehicular connection. North of the subject site are various land uses, including commercial endeavors, or self-storage, mobile home community of Country Place Mobile Home Park. The MPUD master plan. The pink red area along 54 is their commercial retail node. This is going to be entitled for 107,660 square feet. The uses here being C2, general commercial with provisions. The southern portion in blue is the 515,000 square foot business park. The uses here having 4 subcategories: industrial, I1, and permanent accessory street C3 uses, the medical uses, office uses, which are all permitted and accessory PO2, and then the commercial retail component, permitted C2 uses with provisions. Illustrated by T along the Starkey Trail is the stub, the county stub, which the applicant has committed $15,000 to. V is our vehicular stub to the Starkey Boulevard expansion, should that come to fruition.
No, go ahead.
A, B, and C are the vehicular access points. Access B is the site of the location, the signal warrant study as outlined by condition of approval 16. Lining the commercial node in the business park in light red are the sidewalks for internal capture and circulation of pedestrians, employees, citizens. Next, we'll go to the variation requests. Number 1, a variation from 901.6.D.11. This is to limit vehicular access east and south of the site. East being because of the wetland system, avoiding to impact by a vehicular connection. South, the Trinity community, residential community. Variation number 2, 805.6, the applicant would like parcel owners to be responsible for open spaces, landscape areas, wetland areas, and related infrastructures without an HOA or CDD. This is the same for variation number 3. Parcel owners are responsible for stormwater management systems and related infrastructure without an HOA or CDD. Variation 4, blended mobility fees, varying from 1302.2, well, specifically 1302.2.f.2.I, 1302.2.f.1.c, and 1302.2.f.2.h. Solely within the business park, the applicant proposes a blended mobility fee based on 1,000 square feet of leasable square footage within the business park for any use paid at the time of certificate of completion. Certificate of completion does not entitle occupancy. Certificate of completion is just when the payment is due. Finally, variation number 5, as to not require landscape buffers between the parcels, truck service courts, or individual tenants within the business park, allowing for a greater ease of pedestrian mobility and aids in facilitating the activation of uses within the business park. The SJP product type is a campus style and should be identifiable as such. PDE finds the requested variations consistent with their applicable LDC sections and recommends approval. In conclusion, PDE recommends approval of the rezoning request item PDE 257825 with the provided conditions. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm available should you have questions.
Any questions from up here? Anyone? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify for the record, I will be abstaining from voting on this item due to my involvement, so.
Thank you. So noted.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to speak now that you've
Yes.
actually given the staff their chance to do their job? Okay.
Yeah.
Clark Hobby again, 109 North Brush Street, Tampa, Florida. I've been sworn. I'm here on behalf of the Mitchell family and St. John Properties. St. John Properties is a large light industrial and mixed-use developer based in Maryland. And on this site, if we can go back, can you flip back to the master plan? You'll see the overwhelming majority of the site is for a business park that we're going to be building out at roughly 500,000 square feet of flex space buildings that will be predominantly light industrial and office. Our client's unique in that we own and we build and continue to own the overwhelming majority of the product that they build instead of merchant building and then selling. So the company holds a great majority of the 24, 25 million square feet of light industrial flex space buildings they built in their portfolio, and they maintain a tenant roster. I believe it has over 1,000 active tenants in it at any given time, and so it's unique, and they continue to maintain an active interest in the site over a long period of time. As you heard from staff, the existing zoning is I2, and I'll show you in just a minute a little bit of the backstory on the site, but in general, I'm very excited about this site because it could have been heavier industrial uses for many, many years. I believe my father zoned the site heavy industrial with the Mitchell family in 1983, and it would allow some very intense uses that I don't think we want in this area. So what we're doing today is just zoning it to have it conform with the Western Hub PD that we created about 12, 15 years ago. And so we're excited about it. We estimate, I believe, if I'm getting the numbers right, they think that we'll have roughly 1,800 jobs on the site, and that's based on actual numbers and their build-out with similar projects around the U.S. So if I could go to my PDF, that would be great. I just wanted to give the Planning Commission a little bit of background. I think we have two neighbors here that maybe have a couple of questions, but I just want the record to be clear on how we got to today. It's a separate PDF that y'all uploaded. And I'm going to have you manually advance the pages if you don't mind. There you go. I just mainly doing this, I think most of the planning commissioners know this, but the Mitchell families own this property for a long period of time. So the first property appraiser aerial you see there is from 1985. As I said, the property was zoned heavy industrial in 1983. So if you see that, not only is the Mitchell property where we are on the subject site, but our property to the west isn't developed, and Trinity had not been developed at that time. So if we can go to the next page. Then you'll see in 2001, the development and the adjacent phases of Trinity began to occur off of Duck Slough. So we can go to the next page. This is the original comp plan designation when the county designated or created the first comprehensive plan. The site, because of the existing heavy industrial site, was already designated as heavy industrial in the original comprehensive plan. So we can go to the next one. And that pretty much stayed in place. That map is from the adopted comp plan in 2007, and it continues to show heavy industrial on the future land use map. If we can go to the next page. And then again, you see that's the date of the zoning. You can see in the small part of the box that shows you the 1983 zonings. If we can go to the next sheet now. Again, there are a lot of very intense uses that we don't want on this site, so what we're doing today is basically stepping it down into something that will be more in line with what's developed around us. But the existing I2 uses would have allowed bone distillation, fat rendering, paper mills, gas refining plants, metal smelting, stockyards, among many other things. So we don't want that in the area. We're going to build a beautiful business park. If I can go to the last slide here. Just for the planning commissioner's benefit, this is based on our actual engineered plans that we plan to submit in the coming days when the MPUD gets approved. And what you're seeing there is we have a nice landscape buffer up against our neighbors there, but even beyond that, we have a series of ponds, two of which are going to have fountains in them and be a really nice amenity for the area. And to the extent they can see beyond our landscape buffer and our vinyl fencing, they'll mainly be looking into these beautiful ponds that have fountains in them. So we think it'll be an amenity. And moreover, the measurement that you see there shows you that the closest part of the business park buildings is 315 feet away from the nearest residence. So we think we've been very responsible here. We feel like this is going to be a great credit to our community. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that our neighbors might have.
All right,
You may
thank you
have.
very much.
Thank you.
Any questions from up here? Comment? Okay. All right, so I think we had couple of people that wanted to speak, had questions.
We do have two individuals signed up. The first individual is Molly Fisher.
Molly, if you come state your name and address, and you've been sworn, I believe.
Yes, I've been sworn. Good afternoon. My name is Molly Fisher. My address is 1946 Cassia Lane.
Thank you.
Do I start?
Go ahead.
This is new to me. Hi. I'm here today to share my perspective on the proposed zoning change that impacts the land directly next to my neighborhood. I live in Foxwood. Right now, that land represents a rare find in our area. It's peaceful and it's natural and it's full of life. And it's where my family and my neighbors go to walk, to bike, and to reconnect. It's quiet and it's safe. And it's one of the few places left in our area where we can just breathe. So currently, this area is zoned as an I2 district, which, as mentioned, does allow limited types of development, and those have strict controls with them. And that's what my family and our neighbors signed up for when we moved to Foxwood. It's been over 40 years that it's been zoned that way, and I think that it says something that nothing has been developed there yet under that zoning. But MPUD is a completely different situation. It's not the solution. MPUD will allow the developer to mix high-density residential, strip retail, restaurants, even nightlife, with fewer limits on what they can do. So under MPUD, they could pivot to a mini mall or high-density apartments tomorrow. But I2 is giving us predictability right now. MPUD gives us uncertainty, and the uncertainty is costing us. It costs us our peace and our wildlife and our safety, and those are things that we don't get back. The rezoning here only covers a small sliver of that entire tract that we saw. This is just the tip of the iceberg. If you approve MPUD here, you start the domino effect. Every adjacent parcel is back before you asking for the same flexibility, and pretty soon we're not going to have any of that green space left. But I know Pasco is growing. We need smart growth and businesses to support it, and that's part of the deal. But this space, that is a small, rare pocket of peace next to our homes and to our schools. It's not the right place. The students at Trinity Elementary don't deserve to have their outdoor spaces crowded by another parking lot. We're not just losing grass and trees. We'd be losing habitats and quiet moments and the free, healthy spaces that keep our community grounded. It's more than just a trail and a green space back there, but it's the community thread that's connecting us in that area right now. And once we unravel it, we're not going to be able to sew it back together. This area is one of those rare, accessible community treasures. It's a blessing to all of us as it stands. So for my children and for my neighbors, I'm asking you all to please deny this rezoning request. Protect this green space and the current zoning for our families and for our wildlife. We don't want to be the people that look back and says that we had something beautiful and we let it slip away. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any comments? No. Thank you. Who would be next?
Next individual we have signed up is Marie Chisolum. I'm sorry if I butchered that.
Supposed to be the lovely person here. Okay. Again, apologies for the attack alarm. And I came here out of curiosity because...
Excuse me, before you go any further, we just need your full name and your address.
Oh, I apologize again.
All right.
All right, my name is Marie Chisholm, and I live at 2529 Cachet Drive, Newport, Richey, Country Place Village, which
All
is
right.
right across the street. Okay, I'm telling you what my observations are, and it's bad enough for us to not be able to get out of our development. We protested this when McDonald's went in, and we were never notified of any variances, and I think it was your town commissioners that said that variances were going to be notified to the tenants because we rent the property, okay? Now, with that being said, okay, we have plenty of businesses around us. We have grocery stores. We have all these things. We have plenty of medical doctors and facilities. I'm not very happy with this whole situation because I, as a resident of Country Place, we're all on fixed incomes and thereabouts. And our rents have gone up because of all this growth and impact. And not only that, people, you know, it's got to stop. It has to stop. The insurance, car insurance rates are going up. Taxes are going up. Everything's going up. To me, you know, we need to have this little space of green. And because of all the construction, we have a, I guess you would say, orphaned peahen, okay? Because her space was knocked out. So we give her sanctuary. But the thing is, we all enjoy it. And the impact on not only that, but the ambulance, sewer, car insurance, it's just null and void, you know? I mean, we might as well give up our residents. And it's gonna probably go up for sale for corporate use, okay? It's already considered corporate use because it's a corporate landowner who rents to us, okay? But it's not helping the situation. And I don't see any senior and veterans housing being built for people on fixed income. Why don't you take that energy and plan it into that? Because the one facility that is available, you gotta wait for somebody to die to get in there, okay? And the other facilities that you've built, okay, you need to pack a gun to go into the neighborhood. You think seniors wanna feel safe? We feel safe now, but now it's even hard to drive and get out of there. We don't even have a turn lane to get into our development without getting rear-ended. So that's basically all I have to say, and I appreciate your time in listening. And like I said, I just came here to observe, but I also want you to be able to listen to the people who live in this area who are impacted deeply.
Ma'am,
Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a question about the notice issue? So, did you get notice, or how did you know about the meeting if you said you didn't get notice?
I was just perusing and found out about this, and it was curious about all the construction on 54 in that particular lot of land. And
Perusing, what were you perusing?
your site.
Our website, okay, so, just so we're clear, when the board directed that areas like yours get notice, what was adopted into our code was that registered neighborhood organizations get notice, not the individual tenants. So,
Well, the
do you
thing
know
is,
do you know if your organization registered to get notice?
well, the thing is, we have an HOA.
Right, did your HOA register with the county to get notice of these?
I am not privy to that.
Okay, I'll ask staff or the applicant if they noticed
Okay.
your
We just want to
HOA.
make sure you got proper notices.
Well, the thing is, you know.
I'm just saying,
I-
it's impossible for the applicant to notify every tenant because they have to go by the property appraiser records, but we did create a process where registered HOAs could put themselves on a county list to get notice. So
Oh,
you're-
okay.
That's why I'm asking whether your HOA put themselves on the county list to get notice. I guess we'll find out from staff whether, or the
As I
applicant if they
stated,
did or.
I'm not privy to that, and I'm not sure, but I do know that all the residents came up and protested McDonald's.
I understand, but as a result of what
Yeah.
that happened, the change to our code was that registered HOAs could get notice.
Okay, thank you for
So
clarifying
I'm
that.
asking whether your HOA ever did that.
Like I said, I'm not sure because I wasn't on the HOA, but I will advise them of this situation in case we are not, that
But
we
we'll find out because if you were, the applicant or staff would have included you in the notice list.
Correct.
So we'll find out from staff or the applicant.
Well, I appreciate it. Again, thank you for listening, and you have a happy Easter.
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you for coming. Was there anyone else?
There's nobody else signed up, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby again. I'm looking through my notice list, David. Get this to stand up. There we go. I don't know that they have an association, but I can see that we did notice the owner of the park. So they're all renting from this owner, and I can see their name and address here. I would have to look into whether there's any association. It would be unusual at this kind of park to have an association. Go ahead.
William Vermillion, Planning Development, Economic Growth. We do have the mailing list, and Ms. Chisholm's name is on the mailing list.
Oh, it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There you go.
There you go. Addresses that issue. So I'll just answer a couple of the questions. For the first woman who was speaking, just to be clear, the MPUD only gives as much flexibility as is proposed and being approved in the MPUD. There is no residential being proposed here. There will not be any impact on schools, for instance. There won't be any new students. And I think most of the planning commissioners are aware that what went into creating the Western Hub had a variety of things we were trying to accomplish on the original 1,183 acres. But one of the main things we were trying to do, and specifically on this site, it had already been targeted for employment. So having employment and industrial, and particularly light industrial, is one of the key components and objectives of the county and that the board set when they adopted the Western Hub. So what we're doing is exactly what the board gave us direction to do about 15 years ago. And moreover, before their community was even built, it was already designated for heavy industrial. And all of the uses that we're seeking today in the business park were already allowed in that old zoning, because all I-1 uses are allowed within the I-2 zoning district.
But Clark, could you, I think it would be helpful for the lady who come up and spoke. There's quite a few uses that you voluntarily agreed won't be included in the business park. I think that might help put her mind at ease.
Yes, and I don't know if we want to read all of them because it's very extensive about what's not allowed, but there are a series of what would have been C2 uses that are specifically prohibited within the business park, and I'll just read a few of them.
Sure.
You can't have a standalone car wash. This is really mostly what's up in the retail area, but it also applies to the business park. You can't have self-storage facilities. You can't have garage services. You can't have standalone lawnmower sales. You can't have funeral homes, propane, septic tank sales, solar power collection facilities, archery ranges, et cetera. Some of these uses might otherwise have been allowed in either a C2 zoning or I-1, and we elected to voluntarily, in working with staff, to limit those uses. So again, we're trying to create a very high-end business park here, and our client knows how to do these. They've done them all over the country. They generate a lot of jobs. And the other thing I guess I would also say for our neighbor to the north, we will have a signal at this site. That's our objective. And we need the signal so that the trucks can safely get in and out through the business park. And my suspicion is that once that signal goes in, it will slow traffic to a point that has not existed for our neighbors to the north, and they'll probably have an easier time getting out. The last thing I'd say on the traffic, just two kind of subsets of that, because traffic was raised. Our timing and phasing analysis and our access management analysis shows that we meet the applicable levels of service. So that's been categorically addressed in our studies, and that's important to know. But moreover, if I go back and I look at what the original FAR was under heavy industrial, and I look at the existing zoning, it would have allowed 1.5 million square feet of industrial on the site. So we're basically at 1/3 of what has been allowed for essentially 40 years now. So I think you could argue that this is net decreasing what the entitlements could have been. Now, there's a more acerbic argument you could make about the Western Hub sub-areas, but in general, we are not trying to max this site out of what it would have allowed years ago.
Clark, could you address the comment that it's easy to convert commercial uses in an MPUD to residential in Pasco County?
It is not, I have not seen any MPUD that's allowed that, and I would say probably almost a decade now, and all of the newer MPUDs, including this one, specifically prohibit converting any of the uses from commercial to residential. Furthermore, even if you have a land use equivalency matrix, those specifically prohibit converting non-residential to residential. So it cannot occur here. And so what this should be doing is giving our neighbors the assurances that we're proceeding with a plan of development under this MPUD that will not have more residential and will be delivering the jobs that we all want. Now, I guess I should say one other thing. There was some discussion about the trail. The biggest trail in this area is the Starkey Trail. The MPUD has two provisions that will assist in making that more usable for all of the residents of Trinity. One of which is we have provided funding to help make a connection from the business park over to Starkey Trail if the Duke Energy folks will see that fit at some point. But we also align the ingress-egress points, and working with Mr. Girardi and the rest of our team, to create a system where we can safely get to the point that the county plans on there being a crossing across 54 that will better interconnect the whole system of the Starkey Trail. So that's all. Your staff has been, working with us for basically a year to try to make sure that those things happen. It's important for the area. We get it. We want to be part of the solution and making a great live-work situation in our area.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I like, I live in this area too, so I'm familiar with it. And one of the things that everybody should know and realize is that this new connection to the Starkey Park, between the Starkey Park and the Sierra Nova Preserve, that gives us over 21,000 acres of public property that you can access, which you can't access now easily from this location.
That's right.
So I think that's a very, very, very big plus. And also, I would much rather see this than a big industrial complex right behind my house. So I think
Appreciate
there's
that, Mr. Chairman.
some real benefits to making this change. So that being said, anybody else have questions or concerns?
Thank you.
No? Okay. So if not, then hear a motion.
I'll move to approve item APC 11.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Like sign for opposed. Okay, that motion carries, and this will be heard at the county commission. If you want to go to that meeting to state your concerns, you'll have a second shot at it. Okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Gianna German, Planning Development and Economic Growth. I would also like to state for the record, I had not mentioned earlier that we have no individual signed up to speak on WebEx for general public comment or in opposition.
Okay.
Starting with the continuance items, item PC1, PDE 25-7688, is a zoning amendment in the name of River Ridge MPUD, Mears 4 LLC, and a continuance to a date uncertain is being requested. Item PC2, PDE 25-7781, a zoning amendment in the name of Enclave at Livingston MPUD, and this is coming with the request to continue the item to the May 15th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 p.m. in Newport Richey.
Okay, let me just back you up one little minute. PC1,
Yes, sir.
was the applicant present? Anyone here to object? Okay, let's go to the number two again. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I got ahead of myself.
That's all right. We're doing that a lot today. That's okay.
Item PC2 was PDE 25-7781, a zoning amendment in the name of Enclave at Livingston MPUD, and this is coming with the request to continue the item to May 15th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 p.m. in Newport Richey.
All right, is the applicant present? Anyone here to object? One objection? Okay, I guess we'll have to pull that one then.
Well, it's a continuance,
Yeah.
so that they get their chance to speak today, or?
Yeah, I mean, if they speak today, then that means they're not going to be able to speak on the continuance date. So typically, somebody would only speak today if they can't be here on the date that it's being continued to.
Do you understand that, how that works?
Yes.
Would you rather speak on the day it's being continued to? Okay. All right. Okay, number 3.
Item PC3, this item has a companion rezoning, which is item PC4. Item PC3 is PDE 25-0109, a comprehensive plan amendment, CPA 2403, Elite 52 PD. And the original request for this one was to continue the item to the May 1st, 2025 in Dade City. However, the applicant is now requesting to continue this item as well as PC4 to the May 15th, 2025 Planning Commission at 1:30 p.m. in Newport Richey.
May 25th, you said?
May 15th.
15th. And that's same for 4. Is the applicant present? Okay, anyone here to object? See no one? Okay,
Move to continue item PC1 to a date uncertain, PC2 to the May 15th hearing in Newport Richey, PC3 to the May 15th meeting in Newport Richey, and PC4 to the May 15th meeting in Newport Richey.
Second.
have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay,
All right, the first item that we have on the consent agenda today is item APC12. We're going a little bit out of order. I would like to also note for the record that there are ex partes for this item that have been submitted to the clerk's office. And this item has a companion special exception, which is APC 13.
okay.
Item APC 12 is PDE 25-7769. It's a zoning amendment in the name of Mears 4 LLC for a change in zoning from a C3 commercial/light manufacturing district specific use to a C3 commercial/light manufacturing district in the northwest Pasco County on the southwest corner of the intersection of Shady Hills Road and Lenway Road, east of the Suncoast Parkway, containing approximately 9.10 acres. And this is coming with the recommendation of approval from the Planning, Development, and Economic Growth Department.
All right. Is the applicant present? Anyone here to object?
And Mr. Chair, can I ask that you vote on this one as a consent item separately, since I'm involved in the project, so I need to abstain?
That's 12
12 and 13.
and 13, okay. Yep. Okay,
Item APC 13 is a special exception to item APC 12. We now have a walk-on edit to condition of approval number 5 to add the following language. Unless an alternative standard to allow for existing natural vegetation to be retained is approved at the time of the preliminary site plan for approval. And this change has also been sent to the clerk's office.
okay.
Item APC 13 is PDE 25-7874, is a special exception in the name of Mears 4 LLC / Mears Special Exception for a freestanding recreational vehicle and boat storage facility in the C3 commercial/light manufacturing district in northwest Pasco County at the southwest corner of the intersection of Shady Hills Road and Lenway Road, east of the Suncoast Parkway, containing approximately 9.1 acres. And this is also coming with the recommendation of approval with conditions from the Planning, Development, and Economic Growth Department.
All right, is the applicant present? Anyone here to object? Okay,
Mr. Chair, do you want to take care of those two right now?
yeah, is that the last consent item?
Well, those are the
no,
ones
it
for
was
John,
separate,
but
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's take care of those.
motion to approve APC 12 and 13.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay. Noted that Mr. Moody's abstaining.
Thank you.
Okay, item APC 14, and this item has a companion substantial modification, which is item PC 5. Item APC 14 is PDE 25-0144, a development agreement in the name of Riverstone Rainier MPUD, KB Homes Tampa LLC. and a modification to the development agreement, DA, to allow for the developer to receive certificates of occupancy for 98 homes prior to the completion of road improvements for the Rainier MPUD, to clarify the terms and conditions therein, and additionally rename the DA agreement from the Rainier to Riverstone. This is coming with a recommendation of approval from the Planning, Development, and Economic Growth Department.
Okay. Companion.
And item
Oh,
PC,
excuse me, Mr. Chairman, can we pull that one? I have a question on that one.
Okay, pull APC 14
Okay.
and the other one?
and PC5 as well, okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and that one, oh, excuse me, we do have one more on the consent. Item PC6, which is PDE 25-CU08, a conditional use in the name of Rube Rich, Ronald C., and Patsy M. Living Trust / Anthemnet, Verizon Wireless, for a 180-foot above-ground level AGL closed-mount monopole wireless communications facility, WCF, in an A/C agricultural district in south central Pasco County on the west side of Joy Drive, approximately 700 feet north of Dog Patch Lane. And this is coming with a recommendation of approval with conditions from the Planning, Development, and Economic Growth Department. That is the last item we have on the consent agenda.
I don't need to pull, but I have one quick question for staff on that.
Yes.
In the aerial photograph showing the cell tower site, it shows the site is undeveloped, but then in the construction plans included for the cell tower, it shows the site and the area around it is under a substantial amount of construction. What is the construction going on in and around the tower site? Sure.
It's like that on Google Maps too, Amy,
Yeah.
if you, yeah.
If the applicant's present, maybe they can answer it even quicker. I don't. or
Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present? It's not. Is there anybody else here to speak on that matter?
They online.
Hi, this is Tracy Moore, 5151 Headquarters Drive, Suite 170, Plano, Texas. I have been sworn. I am the applicant for AnthemNet, and the property has been zoned or rezoned for, I believe it's the dog training park by the landlord, which I believe is mostly developed now. At the time our aerial was done, I believe the shots in the underlay hadn't been developed yet, if that answers the question.
So it's a dog training park?
That's what she said.
Correct.
yeah.
Okay. All right. That answers the question.
That's huge.
Thank you.
Big dogs.
Yeah,
Must like to swim.
yeah, yeah, I see stormwater ponds and everything.
Okay,
Thank you.
That was the last item that we had on the
all right.
consent
Is there
agenda.
any other questions from up here? Nobody from the public, I asked.
So then.
William, did you have something?
Oh, I was getting ready to answer Mr. Tanella's questions
Oh,
about
okay.
the renter.
Go right ahead.
MPUD and DA.
Well, we're pulling.
We're not
that
on
one,
that,
right?
that's getting pulled.
Oh, fully pulled?
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna hear that in just a
All
second.
right, well then, so then PC6 is the only thing on the consent?
That's left.
Yes,
All right, then I move to approve item PC6.
I'll second.
we have a motion and a second, further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign? Okay,
The first item that we have on the regular agenda is item PC7, a rezoning in the name of Flex-CP Odessa Town Center SE, presented by staff.
Are we doing that before
Let's do the one that was
5
just
and
pulled.
PC
If you
14?
don't mind, please.
Yeah, that's a simple question.
It was 14 and 5.
Yeah.
Do you want a full presentation from staff on, or?
No, no, no.
Okay.
I mean, I was looking at this, reading through it, I just want to make sure that the road's still going to be built, and then we're not going to be left holding the bag with the county. So that's all I wanted to know.
William Vermillion, Planning Development, Economic Growth. Yeah, the cross-section that was already approved is still going to be constructed by the applicant as it was approved previously by the Board of County Commissioners, including that multi-use trail. It's just increasing the trigger from 66 COs to 98. The construction's already bonded and been bid on.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
I'll move approval of consent items A, PC 14 and PC 5.
okay.
Second.
Any further discussion? Not all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay. Motion carries.
Okay. Yeah, PC 7.
Good afternoon, Amy Tull with Planning Development and Economic Growth. Give a moment for the PowerPoint to get loaded. Okay. Today you're hearing PDE 25-7862. It's a special exception for a special exception request for a private school or gymnastic training facility in an AR agricultural residential district. This is located within the Odessa Town Center plan development. So the proposal is a special exception request. The request, as stated before, is to allow for a private school gymnastic training facility. Subject site is located within an AR agricultural zoning district, or agricultural residential zoning district, and a future land use of PD plan development. It is also within the Odessa Town Center sub-area policy. The facility is expected or requesting to be a 31,500 square foot private school facility to allow for or serve approximately 1,400 students. Is located on the northwest corner of the intersection of Old Gun Highway and Interlaken Road. Here's a general location for the subject site, located within the South Market area and the urban service area. Your context map to highlight what's in proximity of the proposed special exception. Your aerial view of the proposed site. The zoning is currently AR. Oh, I'm sorry, that was backwards. The future land use is currently PD, and the zoning is currently AR. So the project overview, subject site contains currently a single mobile or manufactured home on approximately 2 acres. The access to the property is from Old Gun Highway, a county-maintained local road, and approximately 60 feet of right-of-way, as well as Interlaken Road, a county-maintained collector road with 70 feet of right-of-way. We have added recommended conditions for the special exception, so I will read through them. At time of preliminary development plan and/or preliminary site plan, the owner or applicant shall provide a parking study to determine the required parking based on similar gymnastics facilities in Florida, since the LDC does not have a required parking ratio for this type of training facility. The hours of operation will be limited to Monday through Thursday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Friday through Sunday from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. The owner applicant shall provide cross access to the parcel to the west and north. And then at time of preliminary development plan and/or preliminary site plan, the owner applicant shall provide a sidewalk along the project's Old Gun Highway frontage, which shall be a minimum of 5 feet in width. And at time of preliminary development plan and/or preliminary site plan, The owner applicant shall provide a 6-foot minimum to an 8-foot maximum with any combination of an opaque fence, no wood or chain link, a wall, berm, or hedge, with plantings of 1 to 5 linear feet along the north and west property line within the required buffer. And this is the proposed conceptual plan. Parking situated along the frontage with the use setback to the rear. And we have the required standards as part of the special exception that the proposal is consistent with and meets LDC section 402.4F. And with that, we recommend approval of conditions from planning, development, and economic growth. And be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Can you just go back to the slide on the hours of operation?
Sure.
Nine to 9. Okay. Got it.
Okay, any questions for Amy?
I have a question. As far as the parking, I guess they would have some meets there at some point, like a gym, competition or something.
Possibly.
Would there be any overflow parking? Because I know from other sports, the parents are all coming in.
Sure.
Anything like that?
At this point in time, we haven't considered overflow parking, but we could bring up the applicant and have that discussion, see if
Well, and
there's a
Mr. Tennell,
consideration.
Since they have to do a parking study at site plan approval, they're gonna base it on other gymnastics facilities that presumably would have similar events.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think that's why staff imposed that condition, is because gymnastics facilities do typically have a lot of parking, and so they wanted to make sure that the parking was sufficient to accommodate this kind of events.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine, thank you.
I mean, I have a similar concern with this location. I mean, it's right next to, with the interlocking right there and being a main road. I mean, there's gonna be overflow parking. I mean, there's almost an identical sized gym around the corner. That gym is sufficiently underparked, and it has almost the same number of parking spaces as shown on their concept plan, and it's exact same size building.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, we need to be careful on that one, because parking's gonna be a problem.
Okay, understood. Right,
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. All right, is the applicant present? Any people here to speak about it? Any objections?
No, thank you. Shelley Johnson, 6400 Madison Street, and I have been sworn. I know we have a couple people that do want to speak, but we're good with all of the conditions of approval and the staff's recommendation, and I'm here with my team to answer any questions that y'all may have.
Okay. Have you considered the parking issues?
Yeah, and that is something that's why that condition's in there, because I think, Mike Razor, who is our traffic engineer, is going to do a parking study when we get to that point in the process to make sure that, we're complying with whatever the needs are. And obviously, if there's a need for a variation, they're going to have to get the alt standard to get that approved. So, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But unless they, reduce
Well,
the
to be
square
clear,
footage.
there wouldn't be a variation because
Yeah,
the condition says we don't currently have a standard for gymnastics facilities. So
correct.
it's whatever the study says you're required to do is what you're required to do.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, they would have to do the study in order to not comply with the code, obviously, so,
All right.
or with
Thank
whatever
you.
they decide the code is at the time. But
Okay, anyone who'd like to speak on this one, please come forward. Just state your name and address, please, and let us know what your concerns are.
Jim Spivey, address 13409 Interlaken and Old Gun Highway. My understanding, where's the stormwater is going off this site? Is it going off-site or is there a retention pond? And that size of a building, what I understand, the parking has to be anywhere from 107 to 170 parking. I just don't see that being efficient there. I mean, you're talking, a 31,000 square foot building, and then 100 to 107 parking spots for that lot, and the retention, and are they taking any more right-of-way on Old Gun Highway?
Yeah, I think those are some of the things that we're just questioning ourselves about the number of parking spaces and.
Concept drawing shows 85 parking spaces, actually.
I don't think the.
85?
does it show
That was
the
just the
retention on
concept.
site?
But
No,
to the
there's no
gentleman's
retention
point,
shown.
it doesn't show any stormwater retention
That's
either.
right, yep.
Yeah, so those are concerns we have, yeah, both of those things.
Okay. That was the only concerns I have with it. I mean, I'm not trying to stop development. I'm in construction myself, but it was just
Yeah.
understanding the parking and Old Gun Highway, are they paving any of that, or is it gonna stay? I've been down dirt roads better than that road. I mean, the traffic is gonna come off of Old 54, down Gun Highway, past where Lowe's is at, or is it all gonna, and then it's gonna come down off of Gun Highway and Interlaken?
Yeah.
David, isn't there a condition
There is
regarding?
yeah, there's a condition, or there's a requirement, I guess it's mentioned in finding 14, that says they've got to reconstruct Old Gun Highway to meet meeting county standards from Interlaken, from their access point to Interlaken.
Okay, you're gonna have an entrance off of Interlaken and off of Gun Highway?
Yes, and they have to reconstruct it from their entrance to Interlaken, is what the finding 14 says.
All right.
Yeah, and then there'll be a process where they have to go through to get their number of parking approved and also their drainage. So that's all gonna have to be dealt with.
But I mean, beginning
Yeah.
to the parking point, I mean, the concept plan is only a concept plan, it's not.
It's not the final plan.
They're gonna have to provide whatever parking and stormwater the code requires. If they can't fit it on their site, they're either gonna have to enter into an agreement with Lowe's or build a parking structure or whatever it is that they gotta do to make sure they've got adequate parking.
Right.
Or reduce the size of the building.
Or reduce the size of the building. But in theory, they could build a parking deck if they really had to.
That's it.
Yeah, but they still have to provide for parking, and they still have to provide for storm drainage. So, I mean, like David was saying, the concept plan we had to have is just a concept. It's not an approved plan.
Okay.
There's also vacant land around them, so in theory, they could buy that land for parking as well. I
Right,
mean, so-
right.
But the study's gonna say what parking they have to provide, and they're gonna have to provide it, so.
Well, I mean, if there's gonna be gymnastics or whatever, I'm sure they're gonna be having tournaments there or whatever for, you know, it's gonna be
Right.
quite a bit of traffic.
Right, that's why the condition requires them to look at similar gymnastics
I'm
facilities in the area to determine the required parking.
Okay, I understand. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The next individual we have signed up for comment on this item is Ricky Miller.
Mr. Miller, if you just give us your full name and address?
I'm Ricky Miller. I live 2026 Old Gun Highway, which is across the street of Gun Highway from this project. I have two things I want to iterate. One is about the retention pond. This size of building has quite a bit of water runoff, which has to be addressed, I'm sure. That's not been, other than what y'all mentioned, as far as the plans, there's been nothing that we can find on this problem. But, because I don't want Mr. Spivey and myself to accept the excess water like they did with Mr. Heat. The other one is the road on Gun Highway between Interlaken and where the old project was from Lowe's is one lane and barely, what would you say, upkeep on it has been not of the greatest of essence. So if you travel down this road, you have to go to the right of way to pass somebody. And if this is not corrected, someone is really going to get hurt. Because there's blind spot coming in on Interlaken and the people cannot see it, what's coming up Gun Highway. The other thing was, I forgot what it was.
No, that's okay. We got a minute.
But
But let me just touch base with our county attorney on the road. Is that the road he's talking about, David, that's gonna have to be done to county specs?
So if you look at the concept plan, the road that we're talking about is on the east side of the project. It's called Old Glen Highway, and the finding requires them to reconstruct it to county standards from that entrance they're showing on Glen Highway south to Interlochen. That's the part they'd have to build. North of that point, they don't really connect to that part, so, I thought that Lowe's had made some improvements to that road, or, I'm asking staff, I thought they had.
But did you understand what he said about the
You
part
know,
that doesn't?
Nick, you wanna stand up
will
and
be
say yes,
improved?
or?
You understand that one?
Do what?
Did you understand the part of what he talked about the part that would be improved?
Well, that would be the other thing, because I've taken my grandchildren to these facilities, and they park everywhere and anywhere.
Right.
And it's gonna be, if it's one lane, it's gonna cause a problem somewhere down the line, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what we're concerned about,
Right.
so.
Well, we have the county engineer here, so we'll ask him the question.
Yeah, he supposedly, he done a road count and in the middle of the day, and since the Lowe's been put in, I think they really need a accurate bipartisan count on that particular road, because it has increased tenfold.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my concern.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
So if somebody on staff could clarify what Lowe's was, or Patrick, do you know what? Anybody know what Lowe's was required to do on that road?
Good afternoon. Nick Uren, County Engineer. I love those glasses, by the way.
You can borrow them.
Lowe's reconstructed Old Gun Highway from State Road 54 to the southern end of their detention pond. So they did not go all the way to Interlochen. It is a dirt road from their southern terminus to Interlochen.
So I guess if this project has to reconstruct it from their entrance to Interlochen, there might still be a patch of dirt?
There will be a patch of dirt between their driveway and the southern drainage pond for the Lowe's. And the premise behind that is, by not obligating this property to construct the rest of Old Gun Highway, is that they're proposing access from Interlochen. That they don't, their presumption is that their customers will not be coming from the north.
And I think when they go request their access management, that the driveway on Old Gun will actually get probably moved closer to the northern property line. I don't know if you could put the site plan up on the screen so Nick can see that, but it's a corner parcel. So I think they'll end up having to pave and fix more of Old Gun than what this plan might show.
Yeah, the site plan there somewhere.
Yeah, just if you show the concept plan, I think Nick will probably agree that that driveway on Old Gun will actually move.
There it is.
North, since they're a corner parcel. I'm not asking you to approve his access today, I'm just saying in general, in access management, we
Sure.
try to get those driveways
No,
as far away from the corners as we
And I agree with
can.
Mr. Moody, that we would absolutely like to see that driveway move to the north, and it also would prevent the dead-end parking that they're currently
So
proposing in
it's
the
actually
concept plan.
more of Old Gun that'll
Better
probably be
circulation on
improved.
site, better operations on the major roads. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Nick.
So I do have a question for staff. I'm not sure who to answer it, but what is the purpose of the concept plan that is submitted with a special exception application? I don't think any of them are listening to me right now, so I'll wait. Not you, Nick, sorry. I'm asking Amy or David Engel or anybody that can answer my question. I'm just trying to figure out the general purpose of a concept plan that is submitted with a special exception request, because I understand the parking is still up in the air, but do we have to accept them with no stormwater plan shown on, stormwater pond shown on them? I mean,
Well, you could go underground.
Well, there's a lot of things that are required. They're required for cross-access, for example. Doesn't there a condition that requires them to cross-access and tie in access connection to the north and to the west? It requires a sidewalk along Old Gun Highway. So I mean, there's a lot of things that are required per the conditions that aren't shown on the concept plan, so I had a similar question.
right, I mean, but you would think that if the purpose of it is to show that, hey, I can at least fit this building on the site, they should at least show some stormwater pond, or some, how they're gonna, even if it's not a fully engineered plan, but I'll let Mr. Engel answer.
Well, thank you. David Engel, Planning and Economic Development Director. So, the concept site plan is not really typical of a special exception. It's just establishing the criteria for special exception, and our position is that the building, whatever that footprint is, that site plan is not to exceed 31,000 square feet. They have
Right,
to
but I
meet
mean,
all the
but I get-
LDC
if
requirements.
If it doesn't mean anything, why do we require it at all? I guess is my question.
Do we require it, Amy? I don't.
Well, they almost all have,
Well, at some point, aren't you, at some point, the deviation from the concept becomes so dramatic that it no longer resembles a concept. And so I understand this is not an engineered plan, and it's to give us an idea, but I think there's still a reason behind it. Like, say, for instance, we were particular about having a certain amount of, in fact, I think one of the conditions addressed buffering and the type of buffering, making sure we understand where that falls and what we're buffering against, if there are residences there that we're trying not to disturb. So there's clearly a purpose for the concept plan.
And I guess I thought the purpose, at
And
least
to
the way
show
it was.
cross
way-
roadway
yeah.
access.
The way it was explained to me previously was that the primary purpose is to show that there's a way they can fit the special exception use on the site. Like that we're not approving something that's just not feasible at all. At least that's how it was described to me previously, but
Well,
maybe-
you know, as I've been told by engineers, there's an engineering solution for everything, but there's a cost. So obviously, we talked about parking decks, underground stormwater storage. Not to say that this is going to take place, but we wanted to be clear about buffering and road access on this project. So that's why we asked the plan to be produced.
Okay, well, maybe Mr. Moody's correct. I guess they could put in underground and stormwater and parking decks.
And it illustrates the development footprint for this property. What they do inside that footprint has to be consistent with our land development code.
Along those lines, I have a question. David Goldstein, does the special exception exclude them from the building coverage requirements in that zoning category?
Generally, no.
The reason I'm asking that question is in AR zoning district, which is his AR property, correct?
Yes.
There's a building limit to no more than 25% of the total lot area, which would be 21,000 and change.
Good catch.
So the way it's been explained to us, and I think they set it out in the memo a little bit, is because it's in the Odessa Town Center overlay and that PD, the design standards, because part of that overlay is to try to encourage interconnectivity, you know, the live, work, play concept. And so those design standards in that overlay actually apply versus the AR design standards. So the FAR is actually 3.0 on this. So you're actually looking at potentially under the plan, the Odessa overlay, you could probably get a little over 261,000 on this little piece, where in this instance, we're just doing the 31.5 or below.
Wait, can we back up?
yeah.
Because there's a difference between FAR and
Yeah, I was
lot
gonna say the same
coverage.
thing.
FAR is the sum total of all
The floor area ratio.
divided by the
Yeah.
site area, whereas coverage is the first floor area over the site area.
My understanding is that the overlay standards are what apply. And
But I
that
don't
was
think
what
the
it's,
overlay standards address
the
lot
lot
coverage.
coverage, correct.
Amy, do they?
Amy Toll, Planning, Development, Economic Growth, that's correct. The lot coverage will be subject to the zoning district, but the FAR applies to the square footage.
I apologize, I was wrong.
So they
I
could
guess to
go,
Mr. Girardi's point, how can we allow this square footage?
Well, they'd have to do it in
Two-story?
multiple stories.
Oh, okay.
correct, they could
Yes,
go
okay.
vertical.
To
Okay.
The FAR, yeah.
Right, so they could still meet the 25% lot coverage, but they would have to go vertical.
expensive.
They may need to go
Ground
vertical
storm,
I'll
anyway.
just
parking
put this out
garage,
there. I
two-story.
looked at this when this came to us before it was continued, and my first impression was, good luck. I've been doing this a long time, and I'll just say to put that size building on that size site is probably a long shot, but to Mr. Engel's point, if you got enough money, you can engineer anything.
Gymnastics is expensive. I can speak from experience.
It's gonna be really
Not
expensive.
personal, but.
Maybe there's enough margin in it to cover the cost of that
Is that
building.
the insurance for it?
Okay. All right, come on up.
Good afternoon, Michael Razor with Razor Transportation Consulting. Our firm prepared the substandard road application specific to the discussion regarding Old Gun Highway. As we have heard this afternoon, we're anticipating a couple of tweaks to the concept plan before it becomes a site plan. And at that time, in addition to the already known reconstruction of Old Gun Highway, from Interlochen to the project driveway, we will be subject to another substandard road application at the time of site plan permitting, which will look at the specific plan in place at that time as submitted. And if there are by code requirements for the gap between what Lowe's had done and what we already know that we're required to do, those would come out of that phase of permitting and approval. Thank you.
Any questions for Mike? No? Okay.
So
All right.
I'll ask Mike, can I come back up? The 85 parking spaces that are on here, this concept plan now, that's not based on any study you've done?
That's correct. The first time I've really heard about the parking was today, other than knowing that we have the condition that indicates we're going to need to do a parking study. And I'm familiar with how to do those parking studies, and we'll go out and we'll study in coordination with staff with the methodology and identify what's needed for the site and propose that when we get to permitting.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay. Everybody had a chance to speak? Okay, do you get your questions answered back there? All the way in the back. You got your questions answered? Yeah, you were both raising your hand earlier. Okay, thank you. All right, having everybody spoken, Mayor, motion?
I'll move to approve the item.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay. Got a lot of work left to do on that one. Okay.
Item P8 will be presented by Rose Stevens.
All right, thank you, Amy. Hello, Rose.
Good afternoon, Rose Stevens, Planning, Development, and Economic Growth. Okay, before you is PDE 257822. It's a special exception request in the name of Irma Whitmire and Dog Kennel. The applicant is requesting a special exception for a dog kennel, a dog boarding and breeding kennel with a maximum of 25 dogs on approximately 4.40 acres. The zoning is AR, Agricultural Residential District, and the future land use is Res 3. Just some background, on February 26, 2024, the subject site received a warning notice issued for operating a kennel on AR zone with 34 domesticated dogs without a special exception permit, and the number of swine observed was 12 on AR property of 4.40 acres to exceed the 1 per acre limitation. So the property is located on the west side of 2 Lane Street, approximately 340 feet of Cordell Street. We are located in the central market area, outside of the urban concentration area and the rural areas. Here is a context map. Aerial. A future land use, we've got to the north, east, south, and west, all Res 3. And zoning, also north, east, south, and west, AR. The subject site contains a mobile manufactured home on approximately 4.40 acres, as mentioned before. Access to the property is on 2-lane street. It's a privately maintained local roadway with approximately 50 feet of right-of-way. The subject is not located near any, or is not located adjacent to any trails. This special exception proposal meets all the following standards pursuant of LDC Section 402.4F. And with that, the recommendation is for approval with conditions from the Planning Development and Economic Growth Department. Here, if you have any questions, I've also asked Animal Services and Code Compliance to be here in case you have questions for them.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, you said it was like a year ago, the applicant was giving a warning notice.
That is correct.
How did that happen?
How?
What caused
In other
it?
words, did the neighbor call and complain about the dogs, or code enforcement happened to drive by, or?
I believe it was the neighbors. That's why I'm understanding it. The neighbors
Do
called.
we know what why the neighbors called, what their complaint was?
Do you want to bring up the code enforcement officer? It's probably not fair to
Okay.
ask these questions to Rose.
Why not? Put her on the spot.
If you're, I'm just saying, we have,
Up here.
if the code enforcement officer is here, we might as
Doing
well
it.
get the questions answered by the code enforcement officer.
Okay, we
All
have
right.
Animal Services here.
Okay, or animal services.
Thank you.
Whoever responded to this complaint.
John Douglas, I work with Animal Services. Code enforcement is not here that I can see. I worked with them on the original case.
That's right over there.
The officer was not here. I worked with him on the case. To my knowledge, I was explained that there was someone in the area complaining about their property, and when they showed up, that's when they found all the animals on the property. That's when they asked me to come and work with them on that.
So, all right, so what I'm trying to figure out was the complaint. It would be helpful if the officer was here, because I'm trying to understand, is the complaint about their property, or was the complaint about the dogs or the pigs, or, looks like there's all kinds of issues here, so.
I don't know what the initial complaint
Noise
was,
or-
because you can't really see any of the animals from any street. So I don't know what their complaint could have been, and the way the house is situated, they're so far away from everything, and they live next to a swamp that's, it's inhabitable.
Okay.
So you can't see him, hear him, or smell him.
No, not from one side. There is a neighbor on the other side, but they're so far away, I don't know if it was barking. I didn't receive any complaints from Animal Services for that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
If I may, Denise Hernandez, Code Compliance Department. So there was a complaint about several things on the property having to do with decaying vegetative matter and some other nuisance items. And then the complaint was also for the dogs on the property. And then our code officer, as is required, that person goes out to the property and takes a look at the property holistically as to what other violations are on the property. And there was another violation as well, which had to do with not having the street address on the site. So this property, 2 of the items have been resolved, come into compliance. And then this one regarding the dogs, there was a citation issued, and we're just waiting on this process to
I guess what I'm trying to figure
occur.
out, Denise, was the main complaint about the dogs themselves, or you said it was decaying vegetation?
Decaying vegetative matter, and then also the dogs. So those were 2 complaints.
What specifically about the dogs, though, do you know? Was
I
it
mean, the number of dogs.
The
or
number of
barking
dogs
all
on the
time?
property, that it exceeded the number that is allowed by the code without having a special exception.
Which is 9,
So the
right?
person called out 50 dogs on the property, according to the complaint.
Oh, okay, all right, got it.
So they weren't complaining about noise or dogs running loose or any of that? It was
The
just
complaint does not state that the person was complaining about noise, just had to do with the numbers.
Okay.
Okay. And then when you got there, what were the dogs in, I mean, being taken care of properly? Were they in clean quarters and
They met all minimum standards.
what does that mean?
They had shelter, they had sanitary living conditions, they had food, they had water.
Okay. They weren't
Minimum
like,
standards are indeed very minimum for animals.
all right. I'm trying not to put you on the spot.
Go ahead.
Why?
Well, no, I'm trying to get an idea. He's saying they met the minimum standards, but the minimums, I think he's implying that the minimum standards aren't exactly hard to meet. I mean, let's
So
just,
you're
let's
required to
just,
have
let's
shelter?
just say there, if you had a dog that you needed to board, would this place that you brought your dog to board need to be better or as good or not as good as what you saw? I'm not asking if you'll board it at this place, but just trying to get an idea of what we're working
When
with.
we look
There's
at
no
minimum
pictures or
standards,
anything.
we look at, do they have required shelter? Do they have 3 sides, a roof, and a wall, and the ceiling as far as shelter? That's a minimum standard, that's what I
Okay.
look at. Did they have that? They did. They had little individual dog houses. Did they have an area where they could get out if there was feces to use the restroom? They had that. Did they have water? They had that. As far as a boarding facility, it's hard to compare the two, because a boarding facility, they're doing that for their business like that, and
Okay. Were all the dogs healthy?
yes.
All right. So they're sanitary, they're healthy. Were they all of one breed or variety of
They
breeds?
were multiple breeds.
Multiple breeds, okay. I don't have any more questions about that.
Okay.
Good.
Oh, yeah, actually, I do. I don't want to ask about dogs, I want to ask about the pigs. And did you look at the pigs, too?
The pigs are handled by the sheriff's office. That's livestock. That's not in the county's ordinance.
Well, but
That's just something
it
wrong
is,
with that.
well, but I think they were cited as a zoning violation for having too many livestock. Is that correct?
Per acre, yeah.
And maybe Denise can elaborate on that. I don't think it's exclusively the sheriff's office. I think it's a
No.
zoning violation if you have too many
Numbers.
livestock.
That's correct. They were cited for that as well. And let me look at the case notes to see if that was remedied.
Because, well, I see it's a condition, there's a condition of approval, and that's actually something I'm going to ask you, David. They're asking for a special exception for a dog breeding housing kennel, but there are conditions of approval that have to do with pigs and the number of pigs and how long they have to get rid of pigs, and it just seems like we're talking about apples and oranges.
Well,
dogs and
but if
pigs.
it was a violation that has not been remedied, since it is special exception as a discretionary approval,
Okay,
I
okay.
think you can make them come into compliance with the code before you grant, I mean, that's a zoning violation. So I think your special exception could cure the zoning violation.
Yeah, and in addition, this has already gone to court, so that may be part of the agreement through the court system. And we're just incorporating that into the file.
I mean, I think you have to understand the reason, part of the purpose of code enforcement is to bring the site into compliance. So I don't think it's necessarily a good idea for you to approve a special exception, and then we're still prosecuting them for another violation.
You know what, I think what I'm trying to understand in my mind is, okay, let's just make the assumption we approve a special exception, and then code enforcement comes out not on a call about pigs or dogs, about decaying vegetative matter, which isn't a condition of approval. That doesn't make their special exception go away if they get cited for not having their street number properly posted on the house, but in this case, we're tying the pigs to it.
Well, I would argue that pigs have a more relationship to dogs. I mean, it's still an animal on the property. And so it appears that staff is concerned about the number of animals on the property in general. So, I mean, if you had 300 pigs, there may not be enough room for the dogs. I mean, they're somewhat related to each other when you're talking about the number of animals on the site.
Well, I recognize that in the zoning code, there's a limitation on the density of pigs or grazing animals on the site. I'm not saying it's not a violation. I'm just trying to figure out how that ties into a dog kennel, that's all.
4.4 pigs in this case.
I think, well,
All the sheriff's department.
it's 4. I don't think
Yeah.
you can have a 0.4 of a pig.
Yeah, you never know. Depends on how
I guess
hungry
you
you are, I
could,
guess.
and a live pig. But I believe staff was just trying to make sure that if the special exception is approved, the property will come into compliance with the outstanding violations.
Yeah, and I can also add to that, and there's 3 separate code enforcement complaints. The one regarding the dog kennel and the pigs is in the same complaint, so it was handled together.
Okay.
Now, if the applicant says they can't get rid of their pigs and down to 4, then I guess we can have that conversation again. But I believe the applicant's in agreement with these conditions, is my understanding, but we'll see.
It's here also if you have any questions for her specifically.
Okay, if you'd like to come forward, please. State your name and address.
Irina Whitmire, 11315 Tulane Street, Newport Richey.
Okay. So you're applying for a special exception for how many dogs?
I have 21 right now currently. I downsized and I'm still looking for few homes for a couple of the babies.
And how many pigs?
I actually don't have any. I gave them all to my son.
Oh, okay, so you only have dogs.
Yes, have only dogs.
And you want to limit it to only dogs?
And are
So
you
far,
running
yes.
a breeding operation or a boarding operation, a rescue?
No, this is a rescue. It's a misunderstanding. I was breeding occasionally, but just pretty much like a hobby. I'm not doing it anymore. And they are my babies. I have mostly Chihuahuas, the small, 3 to 4 pounds. Most of them live in my house. Chihuahuas do. I have a couple of the Frenchies and 1 Great Dane. And they are in and off, outside or inside. All of the complaints about code enforcement happened when I just moved to that property, and I had no idea I had to have a house number and all of this. I corrected it right away. When I bought the property, the lady who owned this, she didn't take care of it, so it was overgrown, and it had a junkyard in it. I had to, when I moved in, within 2 months, I had to pull out tons of tires and metal and concrete and all the vegetation. I had to take care of it, and now it looks beautiful, and I can enjoy it. It's not in a condition it was when I moved in. I lived in it only a year and 3 months.
Okay.
So are you in agreement with the conditions that staff presented to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally in agreement. Everything was dropped, all the charges. No, I have nothing against me right now except of dogs.
Okay.
And also I want to say I am veterinarian, so I'm taking care of animals. This is my profession. And I am also a veteran, which my dogs are my emotional support animals. They are really greatly helping me to go through hard times.
You're a licensed veterinarian?
I think she...
Licensed veterinarian in Florida, actually late for job right now, try to go and help community. I do vaccination clinics all over Florida.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions to the applicant? Okay.
Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak on this? All right, you're going to come forward, give us your name and address?
Hi, my name is Nika Coates. I live 9617 Branching Strip Trace in Wesley Chapel, Florida. I own I own a lot right down the street from Tulane. So I got the notification, which is why I'm here. My main concern is with this special exception, how it's going to affect my property value. My intention was to, or hopefully is to build on my lot. But if this is going to be, something that is going to be allowed, I'm not sure that I'm going to want to continue that plan. So that's my concern.
Is it loud?
I'm sorry?
Is it loud? I know she said that she had
I don't
chihuahuas.
live there. I have a lot there.
Yeah.
So
She said she had mostly chihuahuas. I don't imagine they're too loud, but
Well-
I'm just imagining it, yeah.
I don't know,
You don't know, okay.
what the breeds of dogs and what their volume levels are. So, again, my main concern is how this special exception is going to affect my property value.
How big is your property?
I have almost a half acre,
Okay.
and
How
I'm
far
right
away
off
is-
of
how-
Tulane and Manatee
How far away is
Avenue.
it from this property?
Can we put it on a map?
You said it's a corner of Tulane and Manatee?
Yeah, so I'm right past Tulane on Manatee Avenue. So, yeah, right in that area, on the other side. Yeah, so where that house is, my lot is directly across from that house. Yes, there.
And is the subject site where the yellow dot is?
It's quite a ways from here.
But the chair, Mr. Chair, you're the closest thing to a real estate expert on property values in our.
Well, my experience is that if they're loud, it can affect, your peace and quiet, because I did live near a dog pound, but they were all big hunting dogs. And I don't know how far that is from there to there, because I don't know what the scale is on this, but it looks like there's quite a bit of buffer between those two locations. My sense is that with the type of dog she's got, it probably won't be very loud. From between where you are and where that is, it looks like it might be 1,000 feet, maybe. You think that, John? Jamie?
I don't know, can you hit the measuring thing on Mapper?
Right, and if she's continuing to, house the rescue dogs or the kennels, it
Yeah,
can be any breed.
she's gonna be limited on the number of dogs she's gonna have.
Okay.
She can't have 50 dogs on the property.
So it looks like there's other homes between the proposed kennel and this property that are owned by somebody, right?
Like 500 feet, 600 feet.
I guess my point is that if the noise was a concern, don't you think that one of the closer neighbors would have shown up today?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, that I had that experience, but they were completely different kind of dogs,
Were you
So
closer than this distance?
I was about that distance, but you could put a limitation on the kind of dogs.
Well, but everybody's gonna have a different opinion on, sometimes for some people, a small yappy dog's a little more annoying than a big
Yeah, they just
barking
don't,
dog.
Got it from all sides, you've got the biggest, the Great
Yeah.
Dane, down to the Chihuahuas.
Right. Yeah. So
600 plus feet.
So that's 2 football fields. That's how I measure everything.
That's why I'm here. That was my main concern in
Yeah.
regards to how that's going to affect
Yeah.
building
Have
on
you
my lot.
spoken to your neighbor that's right across the?
No, I have not.
Okay. All right, anything else you want to add to it, or any other questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Under the code, just a normal person living there, how many dogs can they have?
9.
Huh?
9.
9, okay, all right. What I was thinking is that any way they could sort of like have some kind of graduated thing, so when maybe the dogs pass away, you know, have your dogs now, but slowly, I don't know if that's some kind of condition that the dogs would, you know, dwindle down to get to that point at some point.
In other words, you don't add any new dogs.
Right, yeah.
Do we know, Denise, the proximity of the neighbor that made the initial complaint? Are they like right next door, or are they round the block?
No, the person who made the complaint, I'm not going to disclose the address, but does not live in that area whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
And there's no need to be an affected party in order to make a complaint about.
I understand that, okay,
Does not live in the area at all. Nowhere near there.
gotcha. Well, that's
Denise,
important.
is there a way for you to look up whether we ever received complaints from any of the adjacent property owners?
For this specific location,
Right.
Yeah.
the only complaints that I have are those 3 complaints, and they're from a person that is nowhere near this
You
area.
know, nothing in your system for any complaints from the immediate neighbors, though?
That is correct.
Well, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I thought the law was changed that we can't make anonymous code enforcement complaints.
It is not an anonymous code enforcement complaint. I just don't know if it's appropriate for me to disclose the address of the person who put the complaint right now. Should I say that, David? Do you want me to state what the address is?
I don't care.
Oh, okay. No, it's not anonymous. It's not an anonymous complaint.
I mean, I'm not sure it's relevant for purposes of.
That's what I say, I don't.
It's on Grand Boulevard.
She addressed the relevant
The
part,
address.
saying they don't live
They
anywhere
don't,
near
it's
there.
not one of the neighbors, that's the.
It's on Grand Boulevard, I don't think you can hear them from there. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to, you know, along the lines that you suggested, Richard, that might be a thought, down to a minimum number. That would give her some time to make the adjustment. But, you know, anybody can have up to 9 dogs. So.
Yeah,
Good-sized
and
piece
can
of property, and it's generally
can
rural.
can I ask the lady to come back up? So
We're gonna keep
I'm
making
trying
it
to,
late.
well, no, I'm trying to understand her purpose and intent. The special exception says it's a breeding and boarding kennel, but she tells us it's a rescue and that it's not a breeding, so I'm trying to understand what it is we're trying to do. Do you just need to have 21, do you feel the need to have 21 pet dogs, or am I running a business boarding these things, or?
No, sir. I own these dogs for over 10 years. They are my personal pets. I am not trying to gain any more dogs. I'm actually trying to downsize and find a good home for few more. I'm managing them just fine, and they're just my personal pets, really are. And it's hard to explain because when you don't have this many animals, you don't understand maybe that, but I am attached to all of them and they love me, and our shelter's full of animals. I just provided them a great home, and it's hard for me to give them away. And yes, they will pass eventually. I have a dog who is 10 years old already, and they will pass, and I'm not planning to keep gaining more dogs. There is not a plan. My plan is to get downsized a little bit more.
So to clarify, it's not really a rescue per se. You're not really trying to continue to rescue animals and find homes for
No.
them.
I rescue these animals, but I'm not planning to bring any more animals.
Okay, so you're not intending to run an active rescue, not
No.
intending to run a breeding kennel?
No, it's not a
Or
breeding
boarding.
kennel at all. I didn't even purchase the license for next year, so I'm not breeding. It's just my personal pets. I'm spending time with them. They are situated, when they are outside, they're situated in the middle of my property. I'm building a privacy fence and planting some plants to prevent the noise going across. So I'm trying to prevent all of this. I also use anti-barking collars on the bigger dogs. Chihuahuas cannot have those. And they never bark at night because I do have this protection. Because we all want to sleep and get rest. I am taking care of it.
So can I ask you a follow-up question? So what is your target number of dogs that you're trying to get downsized to?
My target is, it's hard, it's very hard, but my target is at least 17 at the minimum. That's it, maximum, I mean, sorry, maximum.
And based on the current age of your dogs, how long do you anticipate it'll take you to get down to 17? Assuming they all live their natural life.
Natural life? Oh. Most of them are pretty young, so I want to say maybe the first one, maybe another 5 years max. One of them.
I'm just saying, if under your current plan, how long do you think it would take you to get to 17?
Oh, and the current plan, probably, I want to say 4 months, maybe 5 at the most.
Because you're trying to find homes for them.
So you're not,
Another
well,
4.
But I guess if you couldn't, or, well, in her defense, if she can't find a home, I'm assuming she doesn't want to kill them. So she probably would keep them. So, I mean, that's why I'm asking, in a worst case scenario, how long would it take you to get down to 17?
In a worst case scenario, probably a month to find a good rescues and give them there.
Also, there's other rescues you would put them at.
If
you
there
can
is
find.
not a rescue, maybe my family would take some, my friends.
I mean, if the planning commission was inclined to add to condition 1 and say that within a year she'll reduce the number to, the maximum number would be 17, I mean, you could do that. If that's your intended, if that's what you're trying to do. It doesn't appear that would be inconsistent with what she's proposing.
Part of the thing I'm struggling with is she's not proposing to actually operate a kennel. She's not proposing to operate a dog rescue. She's not proposing to operate a breeding operation. It's more like she's here asking for a variance to the maximum number of dogs. And I'm wondering, is the variance the better vehicle than the special exception?
This is not the first time this has happened, though. I mean, there's been other, typically it's more active rescue where they're continuing to take in dogs.
Right.
But unfortunately, by operation of law, our code says that to exceed 9 dogs, you need a special exception for a kennel, regardless of whether your purpose is. So, and that may be for a reason, because it's probably hard for code enforcement or animal services to figure out.
I'll just say this.
Is she breeding? Is she giving, is she rescuing? I mean, I don't know that.
Well, let me ask the zoning person something.
Who's that?
Can one keep animals on the property if there's not a principal structure? Can one have an agricultural, is a dog shelter an agricultural building?
Denise, you want to answer that for code purposes, for enforcement purposes?
Sure. A dog shelter is not an agricultural building, so you cannot have a special, that use without a principal structure.
Like a home, you mean, residence? Or a residence with a dog?
Right, a principal structure would be an actual site-built home, mobile home manufactured.
I got you.
Is a chicken coop an agricultural structure?
It could be, yes. So in the AR, in the AR district, for example, it specifically calls out what agricultural structures are, and a chicken coop is considered farm animal and an agricultural structure. Yes,
But not a dog?
that is correct.
Okay.
Were you worried about your chickens?
No, I was going to suggest she go split her lot in 2. She's probably a parent parcel, then she can have 18 dogs legally. In fact, I guess if she puts another mobile home over there, then she can have 18 dogs, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I'm willing to do anything, honestly, at this point, because it was my plan to build a
Okay,
home there
she-
anyway.
She has an application before you. I think you can act on that without making her split her lot or build a new home.
Well,
If your concern is the number of dogs, you could add to condition 1 that requires her to reduce it to a specific number.
I
but-
personally am not even, well, other than she needs to comply with the zoning regulations, I agree with that. But the problem that I'm having with this case is none of, the complainant is in Newport Richey on Grand Boulevard somewhere, so it's somebody's vendetta against whomever this woman is. They weren't even affected by the dogs. She doesn't have any pigs, and she's not trying to operate a kennel.
Well, then you could just approve her application. If that, I'm not sure what you're.
Yeah, but doesn't the special exception run with the land?
Yes.
It
So
does.
if it's not personal to her, correct?
Yes, although we
So
have in the
she-
past occasionally imposed a condition that the special
Okay,
exception
I'd feel more
expires
comfortable,
upon.
I'd feel more comfortable if the special exception was personal to her. What I'm concerned about is that she sells the property to somebody to operate a dog kennel or rescue or, which isn't her intent here.
I'm not selling.
So you could impose a condition that it says that it expires, upon, I think we have standard conditions we've used in the past, and staff would have to research them, but I think it basically says that expires upon the sale of the property or her death or what, we have to go back and look at the language we normally use, but we could impose a condition saying that it's personal to her. If the planning commission is.
And we could also put a time limit on it?
Well, we just
You-
talked
you-
about that.
You
yeah.
could, but remember that if you put a time limit, that's gonna require to get down to 9. And what I'm hearing her say is that she may never get there in her lifetime. She's trying to get down to 17. So if you put a time limit, she'd have to get down to 9 at some point.
Okay, I understand.
But by tying it to her, that's also likely less effect on neighboring properties and property value as well. Not none, but less, because at least it's a finite time
Right,
period.
in other words, she can't, if we put a condition on like that, then she can't go advertise her property as, hey, buy 4.4 acres
Right.
in Moon Lake approved for dog kennel or breeding facility.
Correct.
Okay. Well, if David can craft such language, then I would be
Yeah, I
willing
don't
to
have it
put that in
memorized,
the
but
form of a motion.
if you just make a motion that we add a condition that the special exception is personal to the applicant, we can craft the condition.
So moved.
Second.
Or how many dogs?
Well, the way it was already written.
The way it was written.
It was up to 25 on here.
I have a problem with 25 dogs. I think we gotta limit the number of dogs.
Is there, well, I'd be willing to amend such motion if there's a reasonable amount of dogs you think is,
Well, she stated 17.
I mean, she's already said she's in the process of farming some of them out, so I think at some stage within the next 12 months, you should get down to like 12 dogs, somewhere in that vicinity. It gives her a buffer, but, I think in deference to the person that came up here to speak, she does have property in that area, and she is concerned about it enough to be here today.
I agree.
And I would be too. So, I mean, I think we're giving her some leeway by giving her 12 dogs and giving her a year to get to that stage. And then, but just like you say, I still think we need the language about if she sells it.
Well, that's already part of his existing motion.
Yeah.
well, so the motion's been seconded. Does it have to be voted on and
so-
re-motioned, or?
Okay. Probably the best thing to do is just to take action on that part of the motion, and then we'll figure out if somebody wants to make another motion on the number of dogs, so.
I'll get to vote against my own motion.
I think it's gonna get too complicated if you make it a 2-part motion.
I agree.
Let's just, the motion that's on the floor is to limit the special exception to her personally.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Nay.
Nay.
Roll call.
So it's limiting to.
Can I ask a
just
question? We're gonna, by saying nay, we're gonna start over with the motion and get it all right? Is that correct?
Yeah, the motion was just to add that condition, let's be clear.
Oh.
Yeah,
So that's why I was wondering why you were voting against your own motion.
I thought we were just voting to kill the motion.
No.
Okay, let's start over.
Yeah.
Okay. My understanding of your motion was that you were making a motion to add a condition that the special exception be personal to the applicant, with the exact language to be determined by county attorney's office and staff after this meeting.
If we want to do this one step at a time, then yes, that was my motion.
Okay, let's get a vote on the motion to add that condition of approval. We're not taking action on the whole special exception or anything else, just, it's a motion to add that condition.
Is that still Jamie's second, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Just be glad you're not the chair.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Nay, like sign. Nay.
All right, I think that one passed. Okay, now, you've added that condition to be personal to the applicant. Now, if anybody wants to make another motion, please make it.
Okay, so now we would like to make a motion to add a condition that the number of dogs on the property be reduced to 12 within the next 12 months.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion of the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Nay, like sign?
Nay.
Do these dogs go to school?
Yeah, I guess I can't vote on it.
Yeah, you can't vote on this, Richard, so, I think we need a roll call, let's do a roll call vote on that motion, please.
Well, did Richard second it?
I did.
So you.
Oh, then he's seconding either, okay, let's
All right.
start over that one again, on that one too. Any second to the motion, other than Mr. Tonello?
Can I second my own motion?
It wasn't your motion, it was.
You
Mr.
can.
my
Tonello's.
motion.
Yes, you can second it.
Second.
Mr. Chair, before we vote, just a quick question. Was there something special to the number 12? I mean, she's allowed 9. She asked for, said she could get down to 17.
There's nothing special to the 12, but I know
Here-
from my own experience that if you have, 17 to 20 dogs, they're gonna make a noise.
Well, I mean, I would make the argument that 10 to 12 are going to make a lot of noise. I could also make the
Not
same.
the ones that she keeps. Those are gonna be the quiet ones.
We already established that they go to school, and we said no.
Have you ever
No,
heard a
I
quiet
just,
chihuahua?
well, here, first off,
Could stay inside though.
I just asked myself that, who's going to count them? Who can, if you were around the corner, would you be able to tell if she had 12 or 14?
Probably I could.
Well,
Well,
we have distinct
one of the
voices.
conditions in the special exception is that she has to avail her property
That's-
to
I
inspection
get it.
from the authorities here.
Yeah, so, code of, animal services or code enforcement is capable of counting the number of dogs, so it's an enforceable condition,
It's true.
but it's just a matter of whether you want to impose it or not.
Okay, well, I'm capable of accepting defeat, but let's just have a vote. That seconded John's motion.
I think your number is wise. I'll
Yeah.
say that.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second. Did we actually vote on that one?
We have not.
Okay, all in
Okay.
favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I think we're gonna have a roll call.
Opposed?
Nay.
I guess we don't need a roll call.
I think that vote failed. Do you want a roll call, Mr. Chair?
No, I think
Okay.
I'll
Is there a number
accept
we can
defeat.
all agree on?
Well, I think she stated 17.
Please, because it's so hard, it's like my babies, it's
I know,
hard to
you,
give them away.
I feel you, I'm an animal lover myself, and
I love
they're-
them too, from
we
my
don't have
heart.
kids and we have fur kids, so I
The way I
get
see
it.
it, she's got over 20 dogs now. Nobody nearby complained. She's obviously taking care of them and managing the noise and the potential nuisance. I think there's no need to limit beyond what you're asking for, I don't
Which
think.
is 17.
Well, to be clear, condition one, number one, right now says 25. So if you intend to limit her to 17 within a year, you would need to add to condition one.
And you'd be okay with 17 within a year?
Yes.
That would be, well, this last vote failed, right? So we have to make another
Yeah,
motion.
somebody has to make a new motion.
So I'd move that we approve with limiting the number of dogs to 17 within a year.
Thank you. And my chihuahuas, they're at home all the time almost, so.
Yeah, and they're inside.
They're not going bark, nobody going hear them.
I'll second that.
So she's okay with unlimited number now?
17.
And just has to get a 17 a year from today?
Yeah,
That was the motion,
she'd be
yeah.
at 25 for the
Okay.
first year.
So it'll be 25 now,
And then within a
okay.
year, it has to be reduced to 17. That's the motion that you're making, right?
Correct.
And it was second.
And this is still personal to her, especially.
That was already,
Was already
that
added.
that
Yes,
motion
that's already been passed, yeah.
And I voted on that.
So you seconded
I
that,
second
Matt?
it, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign?
Nay.
Nay. Motion carries.
You want a roll call vote?
17.
No.
No.
Okay.
I'm more disturbed that somebody on Grand Boulevard, who's not even anywhere near her property, is making complaints about the lady's property. That,
Yeah, well, that's
Maybe that's why the legislature got rid of anonymous complaints.
people for you.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, next.
Next item on the agenda is AP 15, a conditional use request in the name of C&M Low Limited Partnership and Port Hudson Marina LLC / Old Dixie Highway Marina, presented by staff.
and then,
Now that Robert is finished rolling over in his grave from his rules being violated.
as for the record, I'm involved in this project and I will be abstaining. I have filed the forms with the clerk, so I may participate in the discussion.
Okay, very good.
All right, good afternoon, Amy Tull, Planning Development and Economic Growth. So the item before you is a conditional use request for Old Dixie Highway Marina under PDE 25-CU01. The proposal is a conditional use request. Existing future land use is ROR Retail Office Residential and currently Res 6 residential, 6 dwelling units per gross acre. The zoning district is C2 General Commercial District, and the purpose is to develop the property as a commercial marina that will be consistent with 125 dry boat storage spaces and 8 wet slips boat lifts with ancillary facilities typical to a marina, i.e. office, bait shop, boat ramp, fueling, and parking. The location is, sorry, there are some ex partes that were submitted to the clerk's office prior, so just to let you all know that was
Okay.
there as well.
Thank you.
Thanks for the update. The location is on the north and south side of Harbor Drive at the intersection of Old Dixie Highway. General location map being within the Hudson District of the West Market area and the urban service area. Here's your context map to identify the subject site. A zoomed in aerial of the location. Future land use of ROR and Res 6. And your zoning map of C2. The proposed conceptual plan highlighting where the boat dock is going to be located and additional parking and drainage. And pursuant to policy COA 2.1.5, development conditions for marina, the following conditions have been recommended as part of the conditional approval. So policy COA 2.1.5B speaks to hurricane preparedness and preparing an all hazards plan. Policy COA 2.1.5C is a fuel management and spill contingency plan. Policy COA 2.1.5F, it speaks to additional signage and design of the marina basin as an idle speed zone to designate the access channels as low speed channels. COA 2.1.5G, compliance with any applicable Pasco County manatee protection and preservation plans. and 2.1.5H to demonstrate adequate sufficient upland areas to accommodate all necessary support facilities. You'll notice that there are only a few of them identified. The rest have been met as the locational criteria as part of the findings of fact in the agenda memo. So with that, we recommend approval with conditions of the requested conditional use from the Planning Commission, or Planning Development and Economic Growth. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you
Okay,
might have.
Amy, any questions? Questions? That, nothing? Okay.
Okay.
The applicant?
Barbara, thank you for not jumping up ahead of staff.
It's the first time
Clark's
I've
not
done
even here to
this.
defend himself.
Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey, for the applicant. Usually, I like to talk to you, but I want to introduce you to Tim Lowe. The Lowe family owns and operates Port Hudson Marina, so I thought it'd be best for him to tell you about the proposed project in this location. So, Tim Lowe.
All right, thank you.
Good
Welcome,
afternoon.
Tim. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you, Chair?
Good.
All right. Tim Lowe, 14329 Crabtrap Court, Hudson, Florida. As Barbara mentioned, my family and I own and operate Port Hudson Marina in Hudson, Florida, which is less than a mile away from this facility. We've done so ever since we purchased the property back in December of '99. So we've been around a while. We know how to operate marinas. We've improved Port Hudson Marina over the years to become one of the largest on the West Coast, but also one of the cleanest. We're one of the only, we are the only clean marina designated by DEP in Pasco County, which just holds us to a higher restriction of conditions environmentally, stormwater, things like that. So we will hold those same standards with this project. But more importantly, I'd like to just describe to you what we're proposing, how this operation is going to work. It is a boat ramp marina, so it's a little bit different than a traditional high and dry, and it's a lot different than a public boat ramp. So what we're proposing to do is construct a boat ramp on the waterfront parcel, and then across the street on the vacant land that's currently there, we're proposing to store the boats on their trailers. And then the marina staff themselves will use a compact tractor to hook up to the boat trailer and launch them into the water, stage them at the dock, ready for the customer to come use the boat. That does a couple things. That restricts or prevents traffic backing up on the road. It makes it more efficient, and it also controls how many boats are going to be coming and going on that waterway, because the staff would be in charge of that. And a compact tractor is much smaller than a pickup truck, so crossing the street, we feel, would be a very quick, effortless operation done by marina staff. We can provide that service to our customers. We know there's a large need for access to the water. There's very few public boat ramps available, and if any of you have used a public boat ramp recently, you know that it's a pretty hectic situation. It's pretty busy. Pretty stressful. So we're confident that this project would alleviate a lot of that. It would not reflect any of that at all. We also propose to improve the site, make it beachy, coastal. There'll be shell, landscaping, maybe some sunshades. We want it to be kind of a boutique marina. Our customers will be more like members, right? So they're going to take pride in that property, in that facility. So that's what we're here proposing.
Can I ask you one question? So I see there is a condition saying that you can only do one boat at a time. How often would you be crossing Harbor Drive with, I mean, is there going to be, like, on average, one every 10 minutes, one every hour? I mean, like, what do you see as your rate of launching that's likely to occur?
Great question. That number is strictly going to depend on how many, customers we have. We're proposing 125 spaces. To give you some reference, over at Port Hudson Marina, we have over 300 boats on our property. About 200 of those are high and dry. We're not at 100% capacity today. We have been before, but that fluctuates. So with this project, If we got to capacity, I would expect it to take some time. But to answer your question on traffic and quantity, we do track how many boats we put in the water at our marina. And to give you an idea, in July, on July 4th, our busiest day, we put in 50 boats. We never put in more than 50 boats in the entire year, and there was only one day we did that. That was July 4th. Memorial Day, I want to say that number was 36. Those are our peak extreme days at a high and dry facility. On average, we're putting in, on the weekdays, we're putting in 2 to 4 boats a day on average. And on the weekend, it's more like 9 to 11, 9 to 16 on average on weekends that are non-holidays. And that's for a 200 boat capacity. So if we're at 100, 125, if you use that math, we'll cut that in half to give us maybe a general idea of the traffic.
Yeah, so peak day was basically 25% of what your capacity was.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my experiences, have been a boat owner for a long time in the area. I know from my experience and even owning a marina that it's amazing how few people actually go out in their boat. And it sits in the marina most of the time.
It's surprising, and sometimes they remind you that at the beginning of the month, but.
Yeah, so, yeah, I concur with everything you just said.
Thank you. Yeah, our goal is to improve and beautify the area and then also solve a need, right, for the community.
Huge need.
Huge need.
Yeah.
It's currently, it's been a marina for as long as we've owned it, as long as we can remember. We have leased it out to a commercial tenant that unfortunately hasn't kept it in the best condition. We're trying to change that. We want to replace the current commercial vessels that are there and that commercial vessel traffic down the canal with residential boats. Another important note is the boats that we plan to store are going to be under 25 feet in length. Because of the nature of operation, using a tractor, it's not practical to haul a 30-foot boat on a trailer and down a ramp. If that customer came to us, we're going to move them over to Port Hudson and say, we'll move you with our forklift.
So, one more follow-up question. When you do cross, let's say it's average, 10 times a day or whatever, do you put some kind of warning sign up on Harbor Drive that says, for the people that drive on Harbor so they know, hey, a fairly large trailer is going to be coming through? I mean, what do you do from a safety perspective? I assume Harbor Drive is a public residential street, right?
It's a public street. It's not a dead end. There is one more access to Harbor Drive from Pine Street.
I guess what I'm asking is, what are you envisioning you're going to do to make sure that nobody who's using Harbor Drive is prepared to know that there's this fairly large trailer that's coming through?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, one thing that we plan on doing is communicating and training our staff. Obviously, if they come up to that driveway, the end of our driveway, getting ready to cross, and they see traffic oncoming from either direction, they'll be instructed to wait. Obviously, give priority to oncoming traffic. And if they don't see any traffic coming, the time it's going to take to cross that 25, 30-foot roadway is going to be a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I'm not as worried about the people that are driving eastbound on Harbor Drive because I think they would clearly see you. It's more if somebody's coming off Old Dix Highway and making a left, there's not a lot of time for them to see. That's where I see a potential problem, but that's why I asked, what are you going to do to kind of alert drivers that, hey, there's a vehicle crossing right now that they're not accustomed to seeing now?
Yeah, but I don't have a current plan or answer for that, other than it would be in my eyes, very similar to another side street where a vehicle was coming. We could have hazards on the tractor, or maybe a flag to make the front of that tractor more visible, because it is smaller than a full-size pickup truck.
So David, these were all questions that I asked during the design process. And one of the things that you have to consider, and that Mike Razor is probably better equipped to come up, and I hope they'll bring Mike up, but is the total number of trips per day down Harbor Drive and the number of left turn movements from northbound Old Dixie, left turn movements from northbound Old Dixie to westbound Harbor Drive, or southbound Old Dixie to westbound Harbor Drive, that is a small number of vehicles per day. And then I would tell you that there's a similar, if you go to Port Richey, Corman's, or whatever it's called, Sunset Landing Marina, operates in a similar fashion, and in that case, they're actually driving a forklift across the street to the put-in point, and that's been there for 60-plus years that I know of.
Yeah, I mean, I was mostly just trying to figure out, could some like flashing light be put at the corner of Harbor Drive and Old Dixie that flashes whenever you're crossing, so that anybody who's making, I realize it's a few number of trips, but I mean, that way if you are making that left or right turn, there's some way of you knowing, hey, there's a boat about to cross, and I may not want to fly through that, do as quick a left turn as I normally would. But it's up to the planning commission, and I guess we'll hear from the public. I'm just throwing it out as maybe an idea.
That could be pretty simply done with the trigger, when he drives over a certain spot on the property to trigger that flashing light as a caution, so.
But let's hear from the public and.
Do you have anything else left to add, Mike?
No.
No.
Barbara, do you have anything else you want to say?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
First individual we have signed up to speak is Wendy Joel.
Hi, Wendy. If you could give us your name and address, please.
My name is Wendy Jewell. My address is 6906 Harbor Drive. And many of us have.
Here we go again.
I have more time than that.
Yes, you do.
As you know, the property in question is located in a residential area, which is already prone to flooding. The decrease in green space will lead to additional flooding, we believe, for residents who are already stressed by high water levels and flooding. We've had 2 devastating floods in as many years, and numerous residents are still recovering, and others sadly never will. During Hurricane Helene, barrels of oil from that property washed up along the canal, requiring costly cleanup efforts to contain and remove them. I personally had a whole barrel of oil in my backyard and killed the grass. It still smells like oil back there. It was very expensive to clean the fences. It was a mess. To us, it's like we seem that it's very likely that similar incidents will occur again in the future. And boats that aren't removed from the water may have to potentially sink, because I believe they have some wet slips as well down there. And pumps and tanks may leak, leading to fuel contamination in the water. This poses a significant environmental risk. It's a very long canal, so it doesn't refresh as fast. I mean, it's a very, very long canal. So it takes a while for that water to refresh. When we had oil and gas in the water from sinking shrimp boats down there, it was there for a while. The traffic on Harbor Drive will impede the movement of residents. And as Mr. Lowe stated, Pine Street is an exit, but has anybody ever been down Pine Street? Anybody? I don't even want to take my golf cart on that road. I think it's a private road. It is not kept up. It is just, it's horrible. You wouldn't even want to drive a car down that. So I can't say for sure if it's a private road, but if it's not a private road, somebody here hasn't been doing their job. And so there is no alternative route available. So during an evacuation, the presence of all those numerous boat owners trying to get their boats out of there, 125 of them, are going to obstruct the residents' ability to leave the area safely. In the event of a flood, boats left in the water or on trailers may end up on private properties. We've seen it all over, causing further damage. Canal traffic presents additional hazards. Many areas along that canal are unsafe for passing boats due to rocks and oyster beds. The obstacles can cause damage to the boat's lower ends, and in the past, we've had the shrimp boats hit the personal docks, and those are licensed captains. Oh, man, come on. You guys talked about dogs for a really long time.
I think you still have another minute, right?
Yes.
They're licensed captains. Since we live at the end of a really long canal, we've had issues with transient boaters not obeying the no-wake rules, causing our floating docks and boats to rock and contact each other. 125-plus recreational or novice boaters would cause more damage to the property. The docks just swing. The proposed hours of operation are 7 to 6. Working marinas are quite noisy. The diesel forklift moving boats off racks and the backup alarms, boat motors starting at the docks, general flow of customer traffic is loud. We live in a residential area and are completely opposed to the noise mere feet from our homes. The 3 other marinas in Hudson don't operate this early or late. The 3 other marinas and a public boat ramp in Hudson, and we're wondering how much more boat traffic does our little town need? And at our end, at the very end by the proposed property, young children fish, kayak, and paddleboard back in there. So we're concerned about that. And boaters, some boaters tend to consume alcohol and, coming back in and the children playing in there, they're not very fast at it. So I think that puts them more at risk. Unsafe and uneducated boaters pose risks to docks, seawalls, and wildlife. We do have visitors from manatees, dolphins coming in, and we are concerned about them as well. So let's see. Many of us chose to build or buy a home at the end of that quiet canal with a little boat traffic for our families to enjoy. We didn't buy into the neighborhood only to have a full-service marina to be built operating within feet from us. So we are opposed to this project. And there are other questions a neighbor had, so if I can throw them out since Tim Lowe is here. Is the marina going to have a boat club? And is the marina going to allow liveaboards? Will there be background checks for those persons if it is? The lighting there, if anybody's been there at night, you can't hardly see the road to turn onto it, let alone. So I don't know if there's going to be upgrade in lighting, so that if they are pulling a boat across there in the dark, so we can see them. So I think if it has to be, there needs to be other conditions to it, like lighting. Pine Street needs to be accessible to be able to evacuate if that happens. That needs to be open for evacuees during emergencies. But yeah, all those reasons we have to say
So ma'am, can I
we're
ask a
not
question about
happy.
the emergency access? Because the applicant's proposing their emergency access to Apple Street. So why are you suggesting it has to be Pine Street instead of Apple Street?
There's no access from Harbor to Apple.
I believe their property does connect to Apple, at least that's what the.
Their property connects to Apple.
What he's saying is, that in the event of emergency, they'd evacuate boats, they can evacuate it out the backside of the
They can
property to
operate,
Apple,
yeah.
to avoid
But you're still
blocking
talking
harbor.
about Old Dixie, a slow 2-lane road, and all that traffic converging trying to get out, right?
Yeah, at least it wouldn't block Old Harbor Drive, though, so.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how getting access to Pine Street helps. I'm just not clear about that.
Were you talking
people
about, when
trying
you
to
said
evacuate
Pine Street, were
Harbor.
you talking about for you on Harbor to be able to evacuate?
Yes, because the only other escape route is Pine Street, and it's horrid.
The only escape route past the property, past the proposed
Oh,
marina.
she's saying that if this comes in, she wants to be able to use Pine Street to get out?
She's saying that if she needs to get out because her way is blocked by boats crossing harbor, that her only other alternative is to get out via Pine Street.
Correct. Because I don't know that they are going to, as the operators, they're going to pick them up and they're going to drop them in the water. But if there is a storm coming, all those boat owners, if they know what's good for them, are going to come and pick up their boats and take them somewhere else. Because boats will like with Helene, all those boats will be up against the fence, over the fence, in people's yards. So we'll have 125 boat owners coming and trying to get out Apple, Pine,
Ma'am,
Old
you answered
Dixie.
my question. I wasn't trying to open this up for more debate. I just wanted you to answer my question. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to speak?
The next individual I have signed up to speak is Susan Bowder.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Buchler. I live at 6424 Yvette Drive. I also own the property at 6911 and 6915 Harbor, which is adjacent to where these boats are going to be parked. I just have a couple of concerns. That house took on 4 feet of water, so the lot adjoining where this is proposed is a lot lower. As far as him building it up for a parking lot and putting in whatever, where's all this water going to go? Is it going to end up in my property? You know, which is a problem for me. I also am wondering about a buffer zone. Is there going to be like a 6-foot concrete fence there? I rent those units to the VAST program through Pasco County, which is the Veterans Association. So I don't need lights going on from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. bothering the people that are in those units. As far as the noise, you know, there needs to be some type of buffer there. I have put a lot of money and time into the property there, and his property not only is on the corner of Old Dixie, but it goes and surrounds on 3 sides of where my units are. So is this going to expand eventually when he fills up the units? Is it going to go down to Apple and then across the back? You know, is he going to ask for a variance there? And as far as the traffic on the canal, from the point of this marina to the first marker going out is just under a mile. That's a lot of residential homes to run by. You know, I mapped it out in my boat. It's over 3/4 of a mile. So you're going by quite a few residential homes. Nothing's marked there. There's no wake signs. No one knows where the oyster beds are because they're in front of my house. I know where they are, but I watch people get hung up on them all the time. So, you know, I just have a lot of questions about, you know, the engineered plans. It doesn't really show any of these things. Also, at the corner, where all this crossing's going on, that's where the current bus stop is for the children, so they're all standing right there too. As far as Pine Street, having another access or something of that nature, Pine Street's like driving in a third world country. You don't even want to go on that road. Nobody goes down there. You know, is this property going to be fenced? You know, what's it going to look like? So, you know, where exactly are these driveways? You know, because when I'm at the units there next to this property, everyone goes down that road 30, 40 miles an hour, and the traffic is continuous. There's 100 homes back there. You know, it's not a low-traveled street. It's a high-traveled street. It's not US 19, but there's a lot of traffic going down there because my tenants have complained about the speed that people go by the units. So that's a problem for me too, is turn it onto Harbor, you know, and all of a sudden here's a, you know, 25-foot trailer with a tractor on it. What kind of markers is he putting up? Or, you know, and I don't want to stop anyone from doing business, but I want the proper things in place. You know, we want no wake signs, and we want to have lights or something there when he's crossing the road so people know it. I want the children to be safe when they're at the bus stop. All these different things. You know, I want my veterans to be safe. I don't want lights on them. This kind of thing. So if everything's put into place in the right time, in the right manner, I'm good with it. But those need to be addressed.
Sam, and maybe Mr. Janelle knows this, but where does the bus stop?
It's right at the stop sign.
So the
Bus stop's right there on Old Dixie, right at the stop sign.
of Harbor and Old Dixie?
Yeah, and that can be moved.
I mean, is it stopping where these boats would cross? Or is it further east of from where these boats will cross?
It's probably, they're gonna be crossing right at Harbor, which is probably only, I don't know exactly where his driveway's gonna be, but I would say it's within 30, 40 feet. But the kids are running around there, and their parents' cars are sitting there, or they go take them down there on golf carts, whatever the case is. You know, the bus stop would have to be moved. They don't need
Like
to be
there's a
there.
sidewalk there, is that right?
Is that where they're waiting? Is that
There
where
is
the
a
sidewalk
sidewalk
is?
there. Yeah, they're waiting by the sidewalk. But, you know, he's gonna have to build his driveway across the sidewalk to be going
I
across
meant
the
along
road.
Old Dixie, if they were gonna move the bus stop.
I'm just trying to figure out
agree.
whether there's a risk that he'd be crossing when the buses stop there picking up kids. But-
No, the bus would be on Old Dixie, and he would be crossing a
Oh,
few
okay,
feet away
so-
on
so-
Harbor.
Okay, so it's stopping on Old Dixie, not on
Right,
Hudson.
but the kids are running around there, and their parents' cars and golf carts, so, you know, that needs to be addressed of maybe moving the bus stop for the kids' sake.
Okay, all good ideas. All right, anything else, any questions? Was there anybody else? Thank you very much. Anybody else?
The next individual we have signed up to speak is Elizabeth Dontanello.
While Elizabeth's coming up, staff, if you could just be prepared. I'm gonna ask you this question eventually, so be prepared to answer it. I need to know what the code required buffer is between this use and the adjacent
Come on up.
residential uses.
If we could just have your full name and address, please.
Yes, sir. My name's Elizabeth Donatello. I live at 6915 Clark Street, which is directly across from the proposed marina. I did have an opportunity to speak with the building department and with Mr. Lowe, who answered quite a few questions, but I wanted to go through the density of the area. There were studies done on the roadways and the impact on the traffic on the roadways and the homes on Old Dixie, but there wasn't really a lot talked about on the canal. The canal is approximately 3/4 of a mile long. I used the Pasco County mapper and Google Earth, so all of this is readily available. There's about 105 homes. 56 are directly on the main canal, but 105 roughly feed into that canal. There's 30 or so vacant building lots. Some of them, I believe, have been approved for condominiums. There's 10 of those are on the main canal. Right now, I counted roughly 130 docks, and that includes the docks that are on the vacant lots and homes that have multiple docks. There are, of those, there's about 77 directly on the canal. There are, on top of that, there's a 70-boat marina. There is a 15 or so room inn that has the length of the inn. It has a dock, a long dock space. I think it holds roughly 5 to 10 vessels. When I did my count, there were approximately, I want to say there were approximately 80 boats and vessels actually in the water. And that was, that overview was not during peak season, not during the summer boating season or the late fall. So we're not talking about, you put in 125 boats, and even with the amount of, the rough numbers of what's going to go in maximum and daily, you're talking about a long way and a lot of people, a lot of vessels, a lot of personal property. You've got kayakers, you've got paddle boarders, you've got all manner of water sports there, kids fishing. So there's a big risk to both personal property and to kids and people using the canal. The people who live on the canal, I'm right at the end. The number of times you watch the boats go through, and it's like bumper docks. They're just back and forth hitting those docks, and I'm concerned about what's going to be put in place to keep the boats from circling there at the end when they're trying to get in and out. And I don't think there's anything in place for that. I'd ask you to consider that. But otherwise, I think his ideas are great. If he can beautify that area, that would be fantastic.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next individual we have signed up to speak is Pete Vito.
I'm sorry, I'm coming up because I sold the controller.
Oh, boy.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My wife just spoke, but my big concern, I'm a retired police commissioner out of New York. The infrastructure that currently exists there does not support an additional 125 boats or 125 vehicles.
Sir, just for the record, could you state your name and address?
Sure,
please,
it's Pete Vito, 6915 Clark Street, Hudson, Florida.
And you were sworn?
I'm sorry?
Did you swear in when you, at the beginning?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay.
And to let me reiterate, that infrastructure does not support this project. I understand the original approval was given in the 70s. The 70s have certainly changed till 2025. The infrastructure is small. They have boats in and out of there, in and out of Harbor Drive and on Old Dixie. It's going to be an absolute disaster, both for people, children in the area. Our house borders their property. The property has not been maintained. He's admitted that he's owned it for over 20 years. The property is a disgrace. We've had calls into the sheriff's repeatedly because of drunken brawls that have been on the property. There have been gunshots. There was actually a homicide there a year or so ago. And trying to get somebody to go and even cut the grass has been an absolute disaster. We called Get Hooked. We never got a call back. We talked to the building inspector, who've been tremendous. They've cleaned up the corner. Only through their diligent efforts has that been cleaned. Just when this project became public knowledge, they went in and cleaned some of the existing garbage and debris that had been in their property since we bought our property back in 2020. I'm very concerned about 125 boats in that small canal. The canal has not been dredged. We have damage to our seawall because people go up and down that canal well in excess of an idle speed. And just think about an idle speed for 3/4 of a mile to the Gulf. The Gulf of America, as we're proud to call it now. It's going to be a disaster. And then all these boats coming back in, and you've got one person. I talked to the maintenance person that was there, and he said he didn't even have a lawnmower, a push lawnmower, to maintain the property. I don't see this changing. And drive by it tonight on your way home. Take a look at the way the property looks now. I'm 100% opposed to this.
Okay. Anybody have any questions?
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Pete.
That was the last individual that we had signed up to speak, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then before we proceed, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, please.
Sounds good. My back teeth about to float away.
already there, my friend.
Sure.
I wanna know who's
Oh, yeah.
gonna try to flush that urinal, baby. Somebody will, don't worry.
At the student union. Oh, you didn't hear about that?
No.
Yeah, we were talking about
Yeah,
that
when I
before the
went in
meeting
there.
started.
Oh, I did not know.
Yeah.
I noticed what, because I used that one, but I flushed it, but the thing was
That's
really hard to
okay,
get
you don't
down.
have to explain, will you?
I didn't fill it up, trust me.
So, do you guys, any of you guys know Garen
Ready?
Angel?
What's that?
Garen Angel, do you
Yeah.
know Garen? His son was right there when it happened, was chased by the shooter apparently. But he
Really?
escaped, yeah.
He didn't get
Yeah,
shot.
No. But he said he ran by a person that was laying on the ground that had been shot. He
Wow.
thought they were dead, but obviously they weren't.
Where was it?
Florida State, that student union,
Yeah,
Florida
I
State.
see, yeah. Wow. Terrible. Okay, let's start again.
I'm going to bring Mike Razor up.
Okay?
Good afternoon. Mike Razor with Razor Transportation Consulting, 19046 Bruce B. Downs Boulevard, Tampa, and I have been sworn.
Okay, good.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about land-based vehicular traffic. We identified the current traffic volumes on Harbor Drive. We got counts from February of 2024, so during the peak season of occupancy. During the AM peak hour, we have a total of 31 vehicles, and that's 17 eastbound, 14 westbound. In the afternoon peak hour, a total of 34, 21 eastbound, 13 westbound, so relatively minimal traffic volumes. In regard to turns from Old Dixie Highway onto Harbor Drive, during the morning peak hour, there were 6 left turns and 8 right turns. In the afternoon peak hour, there were 9 left turns and 4 right turns. So again, relatively low traffic volumes, indicating relatively low conflicts. So the intersection of Old Dixie Highway and Harbor Drive has return radiuses of approximately 30 feet. With the lane widths, taking it into the AASHTO formula, the theoretical maximum speed for the worst case turn, which is the left, is 15 miles an hour. And that has to do with side friction on the tires and whatnot. Theoretical maximum to make the turn from Old Dixie onto Harbor Drive. So at 15 miles an hour, the stopping sight distance is 80 feet to come to a complete stop once you see something in your way. The distance from Old Dixie Highway to the eastern edge of the boat ramp area, not even where the boats may be coming across, there's probably another 5 to 10 feet there perhaps, but worst case, 130 feet to that location. So we have a stopping sight distance of 80. We have a distance to the crossings of 130. So there'd be ample opportunity for anyone turning onto Harbor to be able to stop well in advance of creating any type of conflict with someone traveling across Harbor Drive. And to that, there was some discussion earlier about how that would look and will it be blocking the road. Well, the way I see this, it's no different than a two-way stop controlled situation where the crossing activity is the minor street, which would be under stop control, with Harbor Drive as being the main street. Folks wait for a gap. They cross when there's a gap. So no different than any other intersection that's out there in the county, state, wherever. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any traffic-related questions.
So, Mike, your statement assumes light and daytime visibility, doesn't it? I mean, I guess my question would be, if it was nighttime, I don't know how well lit this intersection is, but if it's nighttime and the back of the trailer was not properly lit, isn't it possible that somebody may not be able to have that full sight distance?
David, that's an excellent point. I'm working on the presumption that the tractor that's crossing the road will be lit to a manner that's appropriate for crossing a public roadway, and I think we'll have to have the applicant speak to that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any, looking at Google Street View, I'm not seeing any streetlights.
Well, the other thing is that I don't think.
And I wasn't referring to
Mike,
external lighting, I was referring to on vehicle.
I think the hours of operation would put you in a position where you wouldn't be crossing the street at night. Is that
Well, I
correct?
mean, there's times, it's 7 o'clock, there's times that's dark.
Hmm.
I mean, there are hours of operation. Yes, during the summer, I don't see it being dark by 7, but I think during the winter months, it sometimes is dark.
7 a.m. too, can be dark.
So there could be dark during those hours of operation. So that's why I asked the question.
However, most of the operation is gonna happen in the summertime, so.
Yeah, just if I could address the hours there. We put those hours down in anticipation of seasonally in the summer when the daylight is lighter earlier. If we had a large request from customers that wanted to leave early to go fishing, that we could accommodate that possibly. Our intention is 8 to 5, 7 days a week, year-round.
The intention's daylight hours, basically.
Yes, I don't want our employees operating at night. Yeah, and so if it was in the summertime and those hours were before 8, it wouldn't be when it was dark. So if we need to adjust that for seasonal or
I mean, if it was the hours
daylight.
were from dawn to dusk, would that?
I'd be okay with that, because we have no intention or desire to operate.
One thing you gotta keep in
outside
mind
of
is
that.
during the winter time, when we have our shorter days, that's not prime boat season.
Well, I get your point, but I'm saying he intends to not operate after, when it's dark at
question
all,
was
is what I'm
lighting.
hearing him say, but that's not
Right.
necessarily consistent with condition 7.
And the other thing
If
is.
it was
well,
dawn to dusk, it probably would be, but.
The other thing is if, even during the day, if it's bad weather, you're not putting boats in the water, I assume.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so, and I'm not sure who to ask this question to, because I don't think Mike handles boat traffic. At least, I doubt he did an analysis of boat traffic. If he did, I'm sure he may not be qualified to do analysis of boat traffic. I guess my question as it relates to boat traffic is there an existing operation there now that's using this canal?
Yes, there's a commercial operation with at any given time, anywhere from maybe 6 to 9 commercial vessels that are, I would say, a minimum of 30 feet in length. And they have a much wider width than a pleasure craft and a much deeper draft. And they operate 24/7. I'm sure some of the residents could attest to the early morning hours, 3, 4, 5 a.m. that they come through, sometimes unmuffled. And we're looking to.
Well, I mean, the allegation that I heard was that because it's such a long canal, that the amount of boats you have could impede boat traffic, but if you're telling me it's at most 50 a day, I don't know that the rate of, I'm just wondering whether the rate of boats you'd be releasing would be much different than what's occurring there.
Arguably, it'll be
Now.
less than 50 a day, because that was 50 based on capacity of 200.
Yeah, I mean, that was his max capacity. His average is, I think he said 10 a day.
Well, that was on his other operation, so figured 25%.
I'm just trying to figure how likely it is that there would be congestion on the canal itself. I don't know who's prepared to testify. to
Probably
that.
closer to 30 boats a day, 31.
If I could touch on that again, in terms of the traffic in the canal, when we launch the boats, again, it'll be one tractor, one employee, so that'll be one vessel at a time. I haven't done it in real life, but just from what I know in my experience, once a boat is dropped in the water and it's tied up to the dock, that operator then drive across the street, go back into our gated parking lot, drop off or park the empty trailer, find the next boat that's waiting, if there is one waiting in succession, hook up to it, drive through the yard, drive across the street, turn around, back down the ramp and launch it. I mean, if we get really good at this, after a year or two, that might get down to a 6 or 8 minute cycle time, but I'm gonna take a guess and say that's gonna be a good 8 to 10 minutes on the shortest scenario to do that. By that time, that vessel at the dock will be loaded and leaving. And so they'll be kind of staggered, if you will, in time. Even if we had 10 people show up at once to get launched, that has happened, I would say, at Port Hudson on our holiday days. But even with that backlog waiting in the parking lot, it's going to take us, 10 minutes at least to cycle through and get on the
So-
boat.
What I'm hearing you say is that the most you could throughput is maybe 6 per hour?
I guess it maybe have a customer that's in the slip waiting for someone else and 2 go out at once. I mean,
Well,
but
there's
on
a
average,
condition
yes.
says you can only launch one at a time, so at least that's what it said.
Well, launch means going in the water. So
Oh, he could have somebody.
We could have
ready
it
to
staged at the
already in the
dock.
water, that's,
Okay.
yeah.
And also, if it's later on in the day, there's people coming back, we would take that boat out, right? So there'll be, in our opinion, there'll be plenty of time in between boats. There wouldn't be a traffic jam on the water.
Well, I'm just trying to think out loud, is there some condition, this fear that somehow there would be 125 boats using the canal at the same time, it seems unfounded, but
Agreed.
there's nothing that specifically says that, you couldn't put a bunch all at once, other than that they have to be launched one at a time. I'm just wondering, is there some rate of launching that you could agree to that would address that concern that somehow we're gonna flood the canal with boats?
You said on your peak day, we figured you launched about 25% of the boats that you had there, which you said 50 boats out of a 200 boat,
And that was
cap.
once that year, and then it went down to maybe 23%, which was one other time. So
Yep.
on average, it's less than 20%.
So at 25%, you're at like 31 boats by my math on 125 if you were at full capacity during the whole day, or probably just the launching period in the morning, but still. And that could take 3 hours to get them all out if they were all waiting all at once.
Correct, and we've got the full 8-hour day to do that.
Right.
But I think having a maximum amount per hour would address the concern more than a maximum per day, because I think the concern I heard is that there'd be just a bunch of boats using the canal all at the same time, and that would clog the
Yeah.
canal,
I
so
don't think it's an
a
issue.
maximum per hour would address that concern more than per day, because if you did it per day, they could do all 50 within an hour, and that would potentially cause the problem they're
Yeah, that's just not
talking about.
possible, with the
Well,
operation.
That's why I'm asking, is there some condition you could agree to that would limit the amount you could launch per hour?
I wouldn't be opposed to that, but I would like to learn more about the cycle time, how long it would take. Maybe there's one day a year that we did 7 an hour. I wouldn't want to have to be concerned about that.
Still wouldn't be an issue.
If I could touch one more thing on this subject, when you reference the length of the canal, I know some citizens had concerns about that. There's rivers and canals in western Pasco that are much longer than that, the Cody River, the Anclote River, also the main Flormar Canal in Gulf Harbors. That one is almost 2 miles long for vessels to get out. So 3/4 of a mile isn't short by any means, but it's not nearly as long as some of the other idles that are in our district.
Can I ask you a question about the intended construction of the lot? Because it states on the concept drawing there's a semi-impermeable surface. Is that gravel? Is it?
So we'll either do gravel or shell. We're not intending to pave that.
Okay.
Possibly pave the entrance or the apron.
Yes,
To
that
keep the
would
shell off the road.
Be required to do that under the county code. We'll have to have a paved apron, but in the boat storage area, that'll be a gravel or shell surface.
Okay, yeah, so that'll allow some permeation of some stormwater. It won't. Plus
Well,
you
we
have
are
the ponds too.
Proposing stormwater ponds.
So could somebody, I don't know whether it's staff or the applicant, address what the code requires in terms of buffering to the adjacent uses, and then is the applicant proposing just to meet code, or?
So against the residential, and I heard the lady's concern, the code would require you have a commercial use, a C2 use against a residential use. That would be a 15-foot type B buffer. And the site plan, the concept plan that's included in the package includes a type B buffer, and the type B buffer includes a continuous hedge. I think it's a tree every 30 feet, and then a solid fence, they can't do wooden or chain link, so it'll be a vinyl fence.
What, a 6-foot fence?
Yes, 6 foot high. That's the minimum.
And then last question I had was, and this may be better for staff, I'm not sure, but it looks like the access to Apple is emergency only. Is there any particular reason? Because there was some concern about the amount of crossings on Harbor, which also included owners dropping off or picking up their boats. So is there any reason why we couldn't have owners pick up or drop off boats off of Apple and just use the crossing there on Harbor just for the launching of the boats? Just as a thought. And that might alleviate some of the concerns, especially if there's a hurricane and we have a bunch of owners picking up their boats all at once.
The intent here is that you're storing your boat here for launch here, no different than if you stored it in high and dry at Sunset Landing or Port Hudson Marina. It's not like a boat and RV storage area where I'm coming up and hooking my
Constantly,
car or
right.
truck up to my boat to take it here, there, and everywhere. It's that I'm signing up for a marina service to have them storing it here while they launch my boat for me. It's for convenience. It's not intended to be a traditional boat and RV storage yard where you come and get your boat every weekend at will and take it here and there.
Yeah, I think my concern was more regarding to what one person mentioned, and one of the citizens mentioned, was about in the event of a storm or something like that, where suddenly everybody's coming to grab their boat to get it away from the impending storm.
Well, it's labeled
That
on
would
the site
qualify as
plan
emergency access to
emergency,
me.
so-
Sure, it's labeled as, on the site plan as emergency access. I think at that point you
Hurricanes are usually
constituted an
emergencies, right?
emergency.
Yeah, so that, I just wonder, what would trigger, I didn't know if we should codify anything in the conditions that say that, that should be prioritized for use of Apple during an emergency condition in order to not impede traffic on Harbor. Again, this is in direct response to one of the citizens that had concern about that during a hurricane.
Sure, and I was going to address that. At our current marina, we have a hurricane plan, and it starts basically from the moment there's a hurricane warning or watch implemented. And within 72 hours, anybody that's going to come get their vessel needs to come get their vessel before we're within that 72-hour window, because that's when we start to prepare our marina for the storm. Believe it or not, we don't have as many people come get their boat as you would think, but they don't all have trailers. So with this, we will take that same approach. We'll have a hurricane plan. Our customers will have a copy of that, and we will implement that and communicate that as those storms arise. And so our goal would be to have all those boats out of there well before the residents actually decide, oh my gosh, it is coming this way, we need to get out of here. And of course, emergency response or storm situation, we would intend to use both access points to alleviate any backlog. But again, if we were full, I don't even suspect that we would have an issue, because it would be over a week or more that they would come get it. People work, they have other things they're doing. It would be, I believe it would be so buried that we would not impede the traffic.
But to answer your direct question, in almost every one of these events, our board declares a state of emergency. So I think that would trigger their ability to use it.
Yes. The other thing I'd like to point out is in the event of an approaching hurricane, and I've witnessed this and I volunteered to help before. When a hurricane is approaching, there are a lot of people that have their boats in the canals, in the water, and they want to pull them out. And if you're up here in Hudson, the only place to do that is over at the Hudson Beach boat ramp. This now offers another opportunity to get boats out of the water in the event of emergency, having another ramp available that can be used or operated by the county in the event of an emergency. So it actually helps the situation in my mind.
So, I just want to go back to the buffering. Can I just call up the lady who lives who has the property immediately next to this? I just want to know, now that she's heard what the code requires in terms of buffering, does that address your concern as it relates to buffering?
As far as the lights, yeah, maybe not the noise. I don't know exactly how it's gonna knock down the noise. It just depends. You know, when everyone's pulling in there to go get on their boat or whatever, you have a lot of traffic coming in and out. I don't know if it's a dozen a day, I don't know if it's 50, I have no idea.
Let me ask Denise, since she's here, what decibel level would they have to meet
Probably.
under our code
I'll get it.
for commercial use to residential?
Let me pull up the noise ordinance. I should know that by heart. I don't know if it's 55 dBA. Let me double check.
So the reason I'm asking Denise's question is because they're not exempt from our noise ordinance. So
I understand.
if they exceed a certain decibel level, you could call code enforcement and say they're exceeding that decibel level, and code enforcement could cite them. I'm gonna figure out, Denise is about to tell us what that decibel level is.
Well, I've tried to call Tim's Corporation several times because that lot was filled with homeless people, and nobody would respond to me or ever call me back. I called there probably 4 or 5 times. And I had to go over there with my husband and get the homeless people out of that lot. We pay some of the highest taxes in the county. I would appreciate it if I could get help from somewhere.
Just for the record, before we go any further, could you please restate your name just for the record so we know? who's
Susan
speaking?
Buchler. I live at 6424 Yvette Drive.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I have the answer to the question. So, so the noise ordinance from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Saturday, nothing can exceed between commercial and residential 60 dBA. And then no time limit at any given time outside of those limits that I stated, 66 dBA is the maximum.
Well, and would it solve some of your concerns if it was only in operation from dusk till dawn, or dawn till dusk, rather?
Yeah, I mean, that would be
Would help
fine.
too.
And I don't want to lose income, obviously. I've had that property for,
Yeah, I'm only pointing out that, I do think that the buffer that was described will help with noise, but if it is insufficient, I don't want you to think that you have no remedy.
okay.
If they're exceeding these decibel levels that Denise just,
The use on that side of the property, though, if you pull the site plan up, is a parking area.
Right.
on what side of the property?
On the side that's adjacent to the lady's property. It's a proposed parking area. The boat ramp is further to the east.
I understand that, but in theory, noise could travel.
Yep.
Um,
Point being that it's not the boats right up
I mean,
against it.
I don't think, Mr. Moody, you're asserting that you're exempt from our noise regulations,
No,
are
I'm
you?
not.
Okay.
I'm not asserting that. What I'm saying is that the use that's going to be on that portion of the property is not necessarily a noise generator. The other thing that I think one needs to keep in consideration is the property today is zoned C2. There's a number of other uses that the property could be that may generate significantly more amounts of noise that aren't subject to this conditional use property. There's things they can do by right in C2.
Right, but I'm actually agreeing with you and saying that our noise ordinance covers whatever commercial use
yes.
goes there.
Exactly.
And that if there was noise emanating from the site, regardless of the commercial use, if it exceeded that decibel level, she could file a complaint.
Correct.
And I appreciate you letting me know that. And I have no objection to what's going on there. I just wanted to make sure that everyone around there was protected in some way.
I was mostly asking for, does it address your concern for visual screening? That's what my primary, and it sounds like the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I please clarify the record, because I did misstate, okay?
Okay.
So from commercial to residential, between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, 60 dBA is the maximum. Anything outside of those times, it cannot be over 55 dBA. Okay, I did state 66 by mistake. That was commercial to commercial. So 55 outside of the times, and then 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, 60 dBA.
Okay.
And according to Google, 60 dBA is considered equivalent to normal conversation or sound background music in a restaurant or the noise level of air conditioning unit at distance.
So that's fairly tolerable.
Yes. Okay, and I think one other question that I had was about lighting. Maybe you want to address that, because in the evening time, you may want to have lighting on the property for security purposes, but I'm sure you're going to direct it in toward the property.
Yes, yeah, there were some questions, concerns about lighting. We do intend to have some security lighting where the boats and trailers will be stored on the north side of Harbor Drive. The lighting on the waterfront parcel would be described more as ambient lighting, more like you would see with landscape lighting. So the docks would have, a lit pathway. So if somebody was there at night for some reason closing up, they could see. We don't intend to light this up like a used car lot. We do want to make sure it's secure. But on the waterfront parcel, one thing that I failed to mention in my earlier description is that where those current commercial vessels are, those docks are going to be, we're proposing to completely rip those out, rebuild those, and install boat lifts, 6 to 8 boat lifts for boats that are maybe 22 to 30 feet or so. So that will be improved and beautified. Those will be the only permanent vessels that are either on or over the water. The only other docks that we're proposing are floating docks on either side of our boat ramp, just to help launch and retrieve vessels. And we will have enough room, as long as we've got the length there, we're proposing to have enough room to stack 2 to 3 vessels on either side. So if there is a large number of boats that come back at the same time, we can accommodate them at our docks rather than in the basin, to not create a backlog there.
Yeah, that's important. Okay.
So just to clarify what I mentioned before, would you be opposed to modifying the hours in the condition to dawn to dusk?
I would not be opposed to that.
Is that a motion?
Well, if
condition 7?
we get to the motion of approving the item, then I would probably make that as part of my motion if I was the person making that motion. Put it that way.
Well, sometimes you forget. I'd say you could make that motion now to amend condition 7 if you wanted to, just to get out of the way.
Okay, so I'd move that we amend condition 7 to operating hours of dawn till dusk.
Is there a second? Second. Have a second? Any further discussion of that motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Okay, the motion carries.
All right.
And that should alleviate some seasonal questions from some of the residents as well. So. And the lighting, safety lighting after dark.
Okay.
I guess the only other question is, did you all want to address the rate of launch issue, or are you comfortable just being silent on that?
Well, I think the problem with it is that who's going to modify it? Who's going to monitor it? The rate of launch. And I think it's going to be sort of, from my point of view, it's sort of self-controlling. You can only launch so many boats within a certain amount of time.
Out of one driveway, yeah.
And the amount of time you're going to be on Harbor Drive is going to be seconds, not minutes.
If you look at the floating docks that are on either side of the boat ramp, the best you're going to do is get like 4 boats that are possibly lined up in there at one time until one boat pulls away. If let's say, for example, you actually have 4 boats along the floating docks, well, you can't launch another one until one of those pulls away, and then you move and create the space. So.
Yeah. Well, I think the one thing that you just answered for me that I was going to ask is really is more a concern to me, boats coming back in. Because they're not coming back in at the same rate they go out necessarily. There's bad weather, everybody comes in.
Everybody comes in at once.
But you do have a plan that you just said, you're gonna stack them at the docks, and then pull them out one at a time.
Yes, sir. We're going to put
Rather
it.
than have them trying to navigate a circle there.
Correct. We recognize it's not the largest canal. We're going to request to put in as long of a staging dock as the state will allow. I think the state might be more restrictive than the county, I'm not sure, but whichever that is. For that purpose, we want a good customer experience, but we also want to continue to be a good steward of the neighborhood. Like I said, we've been operating Port Hudson Marina, owning and operating it for 25 years. I do share some frustration with an earlier resident about the condition of that property today. It has been owned by us for many years, but it is under a commercial lease, which that lease has rules and regulations. We can only do so much. We are very excited to terminate that lease and move forward and beautify this area. I drive by that property almost every day, and it's frustrating. We want to create a boutique marina and give it more of a member feel. So the people that we bring in, that our customers are going to appreciate and respect, the surrounding area. And we will not have boat clubs there. I know that was another question and concern. We will not have liveaboards. The state won't allow us, but we would not choose to have that either. And I think we addressed lighting, hours of operation, the storm. If the boats are going to be cleaned or the engines are going to be flushed, that will be done across the street on the northern parcel where the boats are stored. That won't be done on that waterfront parcel, so that'll be far away from any residents,
And I guess just to clarify, your crossing point is not, it doesn't appear that your crossing point would interfere with where the bus stop is for the school kids, but can you confirm that?
I don't think it will interfere with it, but I do know that our busy times are going to be on weekends and holidays, and given our cycle time of maybe 5 to 8 minutes to get a boat and retrieve it versus the short window of time that the bus stop would be occupied.
Well, the testimony was that the bus stop's on Old Dixie, so.
So again, for the record, Michael Razor Transportation. The crossing point is approximately 130 feet west of Old Dixie. My understanding, based on other testimony today, is that the bus travels along Old Dixie, does not turn onto Harbor Drive, so there would be no conflict between the loading and unloading of a bus and the crossing of Harbor Drive with the boat trailers. The sidewalk is located, I know there's one on the south, and is there a sidewalk on the north?
Yes.
There's sidewalks on both sides, so, children could potentially walk past that location. However, as I'd stated before, it's no different than a typical two-way stop-controlled intersection on any street. The folks that are handling the boats need to be diligent, as any driver would be. So, I don't believe there's any conflict between the bus stop and the operation of the boat launches.
Well, my concern was kind of alleviated when they agreed to dawn to dusk, because to me, if it's dawn to dusk, it's going to be light, so any kids that are in the area should be able to see what's going on. I don't see how they wouldn't in a lighted condition.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
The only, I think, other concern we heard was about just, there's not a lot of information on the canal there. Is there any way to post some additional signage to indicate there's no wake for your users?
That's one of the conditions of
Yeah.
approval.
Okay, I didn't see that in there.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
It's condition number, I'll find it.
Unfortunately, what has to happen is the board has to go in and declare that to be an idle speed or no wake zone, and then the applicant will pay for the signage.
Okay.
And there's no need for channel marker.
It's a
Yeah, it's
canal.
condition 16, by the way.
The no wake zone line sign, you mean?
Yeah. It says that if we have to install additional signage, they have to pay for it.
Gotcha.
So, Mr. Moody's right, the county has to do it, but if it costs anything, they're gonna pay for it.
And we'll have signs on our property, and we will communicate to our customers. I had mentioned to one or two of the citizens here during the break that if they see any activity like that, especially if it's repetitive, to call us. We're going to answer the phone, and we're going to address it with that customer. We have that ability as a private business to regulate and choose who our customers are. Unfortunately, that's not as easily done with a public boat ramp. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to get tired of getting complaints, right? We're going to act on it. We're going to act on it before we get too many, but that's, I mean, again, we've been here 25 years. We want to continue to be a good neighbor and improve the area.
Okay. All right, any other questions? I'm sorry, you can't speak from the floor, and you've already come up, so. All right. That's okay. If anybody would like to ask this lady a question, you're welcome to.
And I would just add that, this is Barbara Wilhite, this isn't our last conversation with the neighbors. You know, Ms. Donatello, you spent a half hour with Mr. Lowe on the phone, and so they can continue to communicate. And that's, my client will do that, so it's not like we're
And
not
there's
going to
another
discuss.
hearing before the Board of County Commissioners, so if you have more to say to somebody, you can speak to the board.
Right.
Unless somebody wants to bring her up now.
Okay. Very good. If there is no more questions, or if you have don't want to call anybody up, then I'll hear a motion.
I'll move approval of AP 15.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the recommendation of the staff with the various restrictions.
And the
So,
modified condition.
and the modified condition. All in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. All right, motion
Let the
carries.
record reflect that I abstained.
Yes, Mr. Moody abstained.
Mr. Chair, before we move to item PC 9 and PC 10, I would like to state for the record that Tim Lowe was sworn in previously in the meeting. And additionally, for items APC 12 and APC 13, it was stated on record that there were ex partes received. I misstated that. They were conflict of interest forms, not ex partes.
Okay. Yeah, and I confirmed about Mr. Lowe's testimony too, so, yeah. Okay. I think that does it. Any other motions?
Got two more items.
Still got none more.
Huh?
got
Two
two
more?
more
more to go.
Just go ahead and make the motions.
Technically, they're public items that you should hear from the public.
Yes, sir.
If you want to waive
Okay.
staff's presentation,
If I
you
must.
could. But you have to minimum ask for public comment.
Okay.
Do you want to hear from staff?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, of course.
Okay. They waited here a long
I
time.
was just teasing.
Instead of fighting fires,
Everybody.
they're here with you.
Mr. Chair, board members, Ryan Gwynn, Fire Chief, Pasco County Fire Rescue. Just want to tee this workshop up real quick for 30 seconds before I let the fire marshal take over. But first of all, thank you for your time. We've been working on this for about 2 years, trying to come to a conclusion. We've reached out to county staff. They advised us to possibly go out and reach a third-party consultant, which we did. And I think that we're going to show that we have some extenuating circumstances necessitating a need from you guys. So at that note, I'll again like to say thank you, and then I'll let the fire marshal take over.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, Planning Commission Chairman, Counselor. Justin Frum, Fire Marshal of Pasco County, presenting on the first workshop to the extraordinary circumstances
necessitating our need for fire rescue combat and rescue service impact fees to exceed the phase-in statutory limitations. Statutorily bound by 50% increase, we're asking that we exceed that phase-in limitation under the extraordinary circumstances of population growth, construction cost increases, and us below the market on NFPA 1710 standards for staffing and responses. Under the phase-in limitations, it allows the government to demonstrate the extraordinary circumstances necessitating the need to exceed these phase-in limitations, holding at least 2 publicly noticed workshops dedicated to them. This being the first, and the second will be heard Tuesday at the Board of County Commission meeting. Because we are proposing that increase, exceed the phase limitations, 2 workshops will be required. The unprecedented development in Pasco County, more people, increasing calls for service and demands. In the 23 years that Chief Gwynn and I have been with the organization, by leaps and bounds, we've elevated our service delivery to the citizens and customers and guests of Pasco County. A lot of efforts with board support, and county administration support and direction. We've raised our services to meet the needs of the community, to be recently outgrown with population. Since our current impact fees were adopted in December of 23 and into 24, 43.2% increase in population compared to a 13.4% nationwide increase. Since the 2003 adoption of the current impact fees, construction cost indexing has increased 143%. Land values increased approximately 160%, and we still remain well below the threshold of the NFPA 1710 standard of firefighters per 1,000 population, as well as fire station delivery areas. It's necessary to update project costs, therefore the impact fees to ensure the cost to deliver new facilities need to maintain fire rescue level of service, and the county are sufficiently covered in this fee structure.
What is that standard for firefighters per 1,000?
I have a slide that represents that in just a moment, sir.
Jumping ahead.
Again, affirming the population growth in the index that our consultant will also speak to, we're up 43.2% since these impact fees in 2004. And in this graph, it parallels, and there's a direct correlation to our increased service delivery and calls for service. The demand on our units parallels the population growth represented by new residential home permits. This dates back to January of 2017 to the end of the calendar year of 23. 24 is when we completed the study. I will say that we surpassed that in the calendar year of 2024, surpassing well over 100,000 calls for service. Construction cost index increase of 143%. You all on the Planning Commission all know the cost that has gone up in both construction costs, building design, as well as land acquisition. Following the Stantec study, I'm sorry, this is our current fee structure on fire combat and rescue service. Residential combined for unincorporated residents is $420.39, and our non-res sits at $548.77 per 1,000 square feet. Looking at that, and when we started this venture, we were looking at our capital revenues and how it was not sustainable to our capital improvement plans to parallel the growth and the demands on our services. When we looked at this originally, we were nearly 35 months of revenue, capital revenue collection before we meet a threshold of approximately $10 million to fund a new service delivery area. With the proposal and the ask that we have, reducing that down to approximately 15 months of acquisition to capture a $10 million capital revenue line for a new service delivery area. In addition to increasing both fire combat and rescue service impact fees, we're asking to remove the cap at 50,000 square foot in non-res. After we completed that study and that internal audit of where we were at and how it wasn't sustainable to our capital improvement plan and our growth to parallel the inundation of population putting on our calls for service, we presented that to Mr. Carbala and County Administration, who supported us moving forward with a impact fee study, and Stantec Consulting was retained. So at this time, I would like Peter Napoli, he was our program manager, to come speak on his portion of the study.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners, and thank you for the introduction, Fire Marshal From. I've got a few slides here summarizing the results of the impact fee study that we conducted for the county, as well as the demonstrated need study that's required as part of the state statutes to exceed the limitations. And I might go through these kind of quick. If you want me to go back at the end to any of these slides and dive a little deeper, but I'm going to just try to give you a high-level overview and not get too into the weeds. This background slide here, I'm pretty sure you guys are all very familiar with how impact fees work and what they're used for, so I'll skip over this. The existing fees you already saw, Mr. Frum showed that table. And your existing fees are currently split between fire, combat, and rescue service. And then there is that cap of the 50,000 square feet for non-residential, which is very unusual in my experience around the state. You don't typically see caps on the non-residential impact fees that are assessed, and I'm sure the fire department can speak to how there is excess of demand that they place on services beyond that 50,000 square foot mark. I'm sure you're familiar with House Bill 337, which put these limitations into place on impact fee increases. This was put into place in 2021, and before then, you didn't have to go through the extraordinary circumstances and demonstrated need to exceed that 50% threshold, but now you do, so this is part of that. I can tell you that I've helped numerous counties around the state with this procedure. Most recently, Hernando and Citrus will be coming up soon. These are the same charts that Mr. Frum showed with the excessive population growth and cost inflation in the region that are substantial use cases for the extraordinary circumstances. Those are the two most popular extraordinary circumstances that I see identified around the state when counties go through this process. Another is operational, and he spoke to the operational needs from a staffing standpoint. And then we kind of go into the methodology here. Some of these slides kind of changed around a little bit once we put them in the Pasco County format, but the methodology that we use to recalculate the fees is what we call the hybrid approach. So this is a blend of existing costs and future costs, existing capacity and future capacity. So we use the fixed asset data from the county's records to support the existing cost of your fire department facilities, and then we use the capital improvement plan for the future cost of future facilities that are planned and as a result of growth. This one kind of comes up a little weird. The capacity is measured in what we call functional population, which is a way of measuring the impact or demand for certain services, and this is used for most of the general government services, public safety, parks and rec. Essentially, it's a way of estimating the amount of people that are added to the capacity of the county from a certain type of development. So on the non-residential side, it's the amount of people occupying per 1,000 square feet of space, which includes employees, visitors, et cetera. On the residential side, it's the people living in the dwelling unit or apartment unit, et cetera. These are the functional populations measured for the county, and they form the basis for the proportional nexus between residential and non-residential fees. These are the capital improvements that we identified. There's several stations, major apparatus acquisitions, and then there's also a portion of a future training center and operations center that we discounted since a portion of the buildings serving existing residents as well. It's not wholly necessary due to growth. This is the rescue side. This is the calculations once we take the cost basis, the existing cost plus future costs identified for fire combat and rescue service, divided amongst the existing units served, measured in equivalent dwelling units, which is the capacity for both of those. These are the fees that we calculate, and your fees are actually separated out into two buckets between land and then facilities and equipment. So you could see in the top section there, land and facilities equipment would total $416 for the fire combat fee per residential dwelling unit. And on the non-residential side, $362 per 1,000 square feet. That's a 67% increase on the residential side and a 12% increase on the non-residential side. And it's important to point out that the cap is removed in this situation from that non-residential, so the revenue would most likely be affected higher than that 12% increase. On the rescue services side, the fees shown there, highlighted in the dark blue, the updated fees, $29 for land, $229 to make it $258 per residential dwelling unit. That's a 50% increase. And then the non-residential actually stays flat per 1,000 square feet. But again, the cap for the total square footage charged is removed. And again, that 50% increase technically is below the 50% threshold that the state allows. However, they wouldn't allow you to adopt it all at once without going through this process. You'd have to phase it in over a 4-year period, and that would affect revenue collection. So this last graph here just summarizes the results of the updated fees. Together, the fire and rescue account for a 60% increase when combined. And then on the non-residential side, the combined increase is 7%. This is a survey that we performed this back in early 2024, so it's probably changed since then. There's a lot of increases to impact fees around the state right now. The green arrow shows where you're at currently and where you'd be moving to in relation to the total impact fees that the county charges. This is kind of a minor increase, when you factor in schools, transportation, mobility, et cetera. So you'd stay in the same place in the survey, and you're a little bit above the average. And then there were a few operational slides that I don't know if you wanted to speak to, Mr. Frum, but I could just skip through these. But that's basically the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
When was the last time there was a fee, or this was reevaluated? When was the last time there was an increase in impact fees for fire rescue?
2003.
Okay.
There actually never was any, that was the initial adoption.
That was the initial
That was the
adoption.
initial adoption, so there
It
hasn't
has
been an
not
update.
So it's never been increased
Yeah.
since then.
And we recommend looking at these every 5 years.
Mhm.
Any questions?
So the first item is the workshop, so you don't need to take any action on that. The second item is you have to make a recommendation, because that's the ordinance itself. You have to determine whether you find it consistent with the comp plan. So you need to make a recommendation on the second item. But you need to at least ask for public comment. I realize there's nobody sitting in the audience, but abundance of caution.
You might want to say something.
Would anybody like to speak?
We thought when we got here, after we had all the support on social media over the last 48 hours, that they were all here in favor of it. We quickly learned that people only show up in opposition and not support, so.
I think part of the reason you don't see anybody in the audience is they
Kinda
also,
status quo,
they also
yeah.
went to TBBA and got a blessing on this increase
Okay.
as well, so.
So this was presented to TBBA, who did
They're also
support that.
supporting the increase.
And then it was presented to Horizontal and Vertical Roundtable yesterday afternoon. And then to the previous question that was asked in that NFPA standard of 1710, per 1,000 population, the recommendation is 2.28 firefighters per 1,000, and we currently operate at 1.14. And we are 4 stations below the threshold of the standard for service delivery areas based on population. In that capital improvement plan, we've outlined and identified our next 5 prioritized service delivery areas that we are well behind the 8 ball in already. The first being down in Commissioner Waitman's jurisdiction in the Union Park area, where we're facing 14 to 21-minute responses, and that's without any consideration of call concurrency, where we have the first due area to that area of geographical responsibility may be committed on another call for service when a call comes in for there. And then that capital improvement plan also supports and identifies the apparatus and equipment that Peter had spoke to. Chief Gwynn, did you want to touch on some of the station design considerations? And
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's been some questions about, I know there's been some interest and questions about the cost of the station, size of the stations and such, and I know that, we've made considerable changes to the process already. We've already decreased the cost of each station by about $2 million right now, but currently, as the presentation stated, we're about 5 to 6 years before we have enough capital to build one. We haven't built one out of impact in quite some time, actually, because we've been operating off of the GO bond. And we do have plans to build one currently, and that will put us in the negative with the impact revenue that we have already. So it's kind of the necessity of this.
Is the goal to get to the 2.28 per thousand?
our goal is to be premier and exceed that, and that's a timing and a staffing issue. Not to mention the apparatus to support those firefighters and the stations to house them in.
I mean, with what you're proposing, I mean, is there like a projection on how long it'll take you to get there? I mean, are we talking 20 years or?
So that, again, between now and the fruition of the capital improvement plan, not knowing what the population growth truly will be, we can't factor that. But it will put us in a position to bring it up to that at our current population.
And if PA is a standard and a recommendation we try our best to follow, even at the current rate, it says we're below 4 fire stations. Internally, we recognize we're behind 5 fire stations just because of the geographical layout of Pasco County. We're wider than we are tall, and so, you know, you have to take that into consideration as well. So we do our best to follow NFPA.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is way outside of my knowledge base here, and to try to follow, I'm trying to follow the numbers, but, I mean, obviously, we see all the numbers and all the development that's coming before us every 2 weeks.
Yep.
Frankly, I was a little surprised to see the non-residential fee only went up 7%.
But
I mean,
that's also in consideration with removing the cap, so the 50,000
Right.
square foot cap.
Right.
And unfortunately, I think we probably missed the boat on a lot of that as well, but it is what it is. We want to be able to capture it moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, and kudos to you guys for being able to provide the service you provide on 2003 fees. I wish
kudos
my
to the men and
2003
women.
budget at Publix worked the same as it does.
Yeah, it's the troops.
It's the hard work, yeah.
Right.
And they do an incredible job serving our
Sure.
citizens and guests.
Yeah.
We just identified a shortfall, and we need to correct it going forward.
Correct.
Part of that was because they got the GO bond
Right.
approved. It
That helped.
let them catch up somewhat, but they're still behind.
Can I just ask you a stupid question, maybe? Why is it that the firefighters are required to send a fire truck every time there's an automobile accident?
Well,
'Cause it seems like that puts you under a lot of pressure you don't need.
It does. Unfortunately, we operate under the premise that we can only handle the calls that we currently have. So same reason that they go to houses, the fire truck would follow the ambulance to a house for a medical call as well. If there's any indication that calls a severe call, it's hard to handle with just 2 individuals on an ambulance. You know, if we have to do CPR on you, or if we have to do any advanced medical care on you, it takes upwards of 3, 4, 5 people sometimes. So
Is
we
that
wanna have
because you have
resources there.
the severe care people on the fire trucks and not on the ambulance? Is that why?
What's that, sir? I'm sorry.
Is that
There's not
because,
enough room for the people in the
is
ambulance.
that because you have your serious care people designated to the fire trucks?
They're actually on both. They're on the fire trucks and on the ambulances, but we operate with 3 individuals on the fire truck, 3 personnel on the ambulance. And the majority of the time, that's sufficient, but when it's not, we send extra personnel. If they need it, we'll jump people from one truck to the ambulance, and then we can transport to the hospital and maintain another unit in service. So, yeah, doing the best we can with what we got, sir.
Well, I'm just thinking, is there a way you can cut down on the demand, you know, because it seems to me like they got you running all over the place and.
They do.
You know, and
And we're working on some new service delivery
I
models.
could see where in some cases you'd need all of that, and in other cases you wouldn't, you know?
Yes, sir.
So, anyway, yeah, I'm sort of like you,
What's
you know,
the need
I don't know a
for-
lot about it, so.
So one of the things we've talked about in here over the last few years is, on a couple occasions, we'd asked staff to make arrangements to get you guys in here to tell us what your needs are from the extraordinary amount of development that we've been experiencing over the past few years. What we need to understand is what you need for land for fire stations, what you need, what infrastructure needs you have from new development to make your service, to provide the service to the county residents. I'm trying to couch this nice, because when I would say it's not going to come out right, but I'm a little disappointed that we're here today. There's many times that we could have asked developers to pony up a fire station site or.
And Mr. Moody, we do entertain those. We are part of the MPUD process in the review. We do entertain those conversations, and we've been successful with land acquisition through many of the developments at the fair market land value. There has been a few of those developers that have done land donation for that. Our most recent one, we broke ground on last month, Station 2 in the 54 Meadow Point Boulevard corridor. Station 2, they started site work last month.
Last month, yep.
And that was a land donation from that developer. And that was all in discussions through the MPUD process. So we are fortunate where we have had opportunities and we have.
And David, if they do a land, if the developer gives land for like a fire station, do they get, just similar like we do with mobility fee credits, do they get fire combat fee
They get credit
credits?
against the land portion of the impact fee. So, now, they could do a charitable donation where they wouldn't get any credit.
Right.
That rarely occurs.
No.
We'll take it.
It has. I mean, I will tell you, the park site we got in Wiregrass was a charitable donation. It was not for credit. So occasionally it does occur. But generally, under state law, we have to give them credits against the land part of our fee. I will tell you that some developers complain when our fee is too low because they can't absorb the credits.
Right, sure.
If the fee is too low. So, we actually had a park site in Two Rivers that we're about to acquire where there was no way we could have acquired it but for the increase in the impact fees to parks, which you all voted against, but that's water under the bridge. But it allowed us to acquire a park site in Two Rivers that we otherwise would not have been able to do.
We need to find a way to do it.
In most recent instances, we've still been forced to pay fair market value for the land that we're buying to put fire stations on.
So yeah, it's always cheaper for us to get it through the development process and award credits than to force them to go out and buy a site.
So I guess that's what I'm inviting you to do, is so often we get the comments from your department in the MPUDs, and the comment is no comment, but we don't know to ask for such things if we don't hear from you.
And also that in our capital improvement plan, our strategic align, we have where MPUD may coming in at the northwest corner, and we've already secured land acquisitions on the northeast corner to where we would respond with no comment.
So the difference with fire, the reason you see a land exaction on roads on almost every MPD that comes through. The difference is that there's roads everywhere.
Right,
Okay,
well, we
but there's only
understand
so many fire stations they need, so you're not going to see a exaction for a fire state on every single
No, and
MPD that
I'm
comes
not
through.
expecting that we're exacting fire stations from 100-unit MPUDs, but it's the multi-thousand unit ones, and they've been in here before.
Yeah.
Those are the appropriate ones, and that's the time and the place.
And trust me, they are asked on every one of these MPUDs if that's the case, and I don't think they're shy about
That's what I'm
telling
trying
us
to
when they
say,
need
is
one.
speak up, you'll get them.
And usually the developers are pretty accommodating when it comes to fire station sites. They actually fight us less about those sites than they do school sites.
Park sites, all
They
right.
fight us more about school sites and park sites than they do fire station sites, because their request is usually like 4 to 5 acres. It's not.
Well, yeah, it's smaller, much smaller.
You don't want the Cadillac like Richard?
Right. Richard wants 30, 40, 50 acre sites.
Taj Mahal. If Richard
Schools are
can secure
important, too.
35, we'll carve out.
Yeah, or about
exactly.
5, there you go.
The other thing is that I will tell you that a lot of times we acquire them as public safety sites. Occasionally, the sheriff will put like a small substation in their facility as well. I don't know how often that's still occurring, but
So all of our new builds in the last 10 years has afforded space for a substation, if you will, for the sheriff's office.
so they do indirectly help the sheriff as well when we build these sites.
And then just a bit of an unrelated question. Is there any development trend that has materialized over the past few years, whether it be the way we design subdivisions or the way apartment complexes are built and designed, that causes any increase in the need for your service?
Not currently. Our wood frame multifamily is a fear in the industry abroad, and it's spoken at NFPA conferences. We heard lots of lectures on it at FDIC last week in Indianapolis. But we're not there. It's all new construction, so it's all going to be the human error component, your electrical fault, and your unintentional or not by design fires that we're not seeing them right now.
Okay, well, that's good.
We've worked really well with a lot of the developers in the new horizontal apartment platform, where they're conforming to our requests and needs for remote courtyards and sprinklers systems, residential systems in those units, as well as some design on our fire department connections to reach all those units individually. So.
And you have things like going to arc fault breakers and things like that, which help a
Yeah,
lot.
and there's a lot of new technology coming out in the form of residential hood suppression systems, as well as outlets that are integrated with smoke alarms and detection that will shut that down. They're all still pending UL approvals, but that'll be at the forefront probably within the next 3 to 5 years.
It's pretty cool.
So I have one more question for you. Since we're on unrelated topics to impact fees now. So there's a lot of times that we get presented with something called an emergency access to the planning commission, which I assume usually means there's some installation of some emergency gate. How does that work in practice? Like if there's a fire or whatever, like how do you get the gate open?
For a
Like,
gate?
Big trucks.
So
Yeah.
we have to have two means. We
Bolt cutters.
operate off of the SOS system, which is, it's activated by the siren. So any electronic, that does not apply to mechanical gates, it's only electric gates. There's a feature that acknowledges our mode on the siren, and that'll open it and sustain it open for a set duration of time. And then there's a secondary means that they have to provide, either by a key device, which can incorporate into our Knox system. Richard, I'm sure you're familiar with the Knox, right? So there's a key secure device in all of our apparatus that's unique to our organization and agency. On all the commercial structures and any of those gates, that key is taken out of the fire truck, if you will, and utilized to override in the event that
Has
SOS
that just
was
changed?
forward. If it's a
It's
mechanical.
recently got
Yeah,
comments that
mechanical
we're
is-
not doing Knox boxes
In a
anymore, that's
manual
just
gate,
a.
we have a Knox lock padlock that operates off that function. The school board does it on all their man gates, and then their swing arm gates that aren't electric.
And do you normally only do that when you're bringing your own truck? Or are there times when you have to open up a gate? Like say there was a fire in the subdivision and you need to get people out of the subdivision, do you sometimes open the gate for that reason too? Or like how does it?
So that only applies to ingress. So egress is all on the approach.
Okay.
So that's with any of the gate, egress is on the approach. So usually it's by design with a metal sensor or a weight switch or a pressure switch.
I guess my question is, have you ever used it in a scenario where your vehicle's already gotten in, but for whatever reason, the fire or accident or whatever is blocking residents from being able to get out their normal exit? Have you ever opened it up for that purpose?
Not any instance that I know of. It's only on the ingress side to the development of the community or the apartment complex. And then there is a set default that it stays open. So when the first apparatus, if it is a multi-company alarm, where we have many units going in, the first company's not coming in with their sirens, and then a second one. So there is a delay that it'll stay open. But for means of egress and to evacuate people, it's always been on the egress side of the entrance.
Well, and if it's a manual gate, then that would be the other
If
thing
it's
too.
manual gate, we'll
be
usually
open.
try to put it in a locked position.
But I'm saying on egress, so leaving the neighborhood with a manual gate where so you'd have the same ability to go
we
from
do
that
have
side of
some-
the gate as well.
We have some instances, there are, mostly on the west side of the county, where there's a designated access for fire department access that has a manual gate, and that would be our approach in. So on the way in, that would go into a locked open position, and residents would have the option.
Yeah, I'm basically just trying to figure out, do you have the ability to keep the gate open if you found that that was the only way that people could get in and out?
Now, if it is, we can override it with a Knox switch. So we could, in an instance like that, put it in an open position and leave it till we restored it.
Because another situation would be like a car accident blocking the main entrance to a neighborhood. And
But
then
on the
people need to
SOS
get in and
feature
out.
itself, that's time delayed from activation.
Most of the automatic gates are designed with a release function. Once you're inside anyways, a quick flip of a switch, we can release the automatic openers on the gates anyways and move them where we wanted them. So that's a real quick function for us.
So to get back to impact fees, though, just to mention what you'd mentioned before about how we voted down the Parks and Rec fee at the time. I think it's generally because we're mostly made up of a conservative board that's not crazy about new taxes. That being said, according to Bureau of Labor and Statistics CPI inflation calculator, if you calculate from 2003 when the impact fee was initiated for fire and rescue till now, we've had compounded inflation of 73.61%, and you guys are looking for a 60% increase. So just inflation alone, not even talking about population increase or anything else, it justifies the 60% increase in impact fees, compounded inflation since 2003. That's something, in my line of work, we watch inflation very closely, so that's, when I thought, inflation is, you hear the 2.5% number or 3% number, obviously we had higher numbers in recent years, but that's you got to think about that, it's compounded, it's not, so over 22 years, that's a lot.
Yes, sir.
By way of clarification, an impact fee is not legally not a tax. I think
Well,
I called it that.
that's true, but it's,
And the intent of the
effectively
capital
is a
revenue side
tax.
is that we
I
don't
don't want
have to
any of
touch
you to
the
be
tax.
accused of raising taxes. You are not raising taxes, I want to be clear.
Thank you, Dave.
We want that capital revenue line to sustain our growth parallel to our service delivery.
In fact, one could argue that impact fees reduce tax burden.
And it does, because we're not looking at that general fund or the MSTU to fund the capital side of the house, or, looking at general obligations bonds. We want that revenue stream
You all are
healthy enough
reducing
to
taxes.
sustain the
You're not
expansion.
increasing taxes.
Yeah, we're heroes.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're opposed to any new fees from government, how about that? But there are needs for it.
As I pointed out to someone who's going to be making the final decision on this, not just a recommendation, in percentage terms, it looks large. In actual dollar terms, when compared to the cost of a house, it's not that large.
And again, they're asking for a less percentage than just the inflation over that period of time, so, in theory.
By the way, I've raised that very complaint with legislators who keep trying to change that statute, because that 50% it's relative to the base fee. So if your existing fee is $100, even a $50 increase has now triggered this extraordinary circumstances thing, which is not fair to somebody who's got their fee so low to begin with. So
It's relative to the last time it was updated as well.
right. So the 50% is kind of an arbitrary number that doesn't make sense in a lot of circumstances.
60% is not that big of a number when you talk
We
about
do a
something
lot
that
of
hasn't been updated in
arbitrary
20-something
things in
years.
government, but that's a conversation for another day.
So now if you guys are finished buttering these guys up, in case you ever need anything, let's have a vote.
Can we get a
Well,
motion?
this is just a workshop, right?
Well,
No, no,
the
no,
first part is a
the
workshop.
second one you need to
PC
take
10's,
action. You need to take action on the second one.
Okay,
so I'll move approval for PC 10.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Dead silence.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, great
Thank
presentation.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you for your service. All right,
Well,
move adjourned?
Maybe we should have done theirs first, so that everybody could have been happy.
yeah, that's right.
Instead, we talked about dogs and docks.
You know, remember when we used to get dog pounds all the time?
Oh, yeah, we used to get them all the time.
Well, that's why I was asking all the questions, because we used to have there was the whole issue of dog kennels and puppy mills and.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
yeah.
it seems like we had one a week.
Right.
for a
Yeah,
while.
it was terrible. We were getting to be an expert.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
You have a motion, second? All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Can I vote on that?
You can vote on that one.
Not on dogs.